if we're going to let the judge say it.
Yeah.
The judge, is the judge going to say it? Wait, here.
He looks shocked.
Okay, I guess we're not going to let the judge say it.
You got some pants on, officer?
Sir, they're in the... No, sir.
So this poor officer, he didn't want to get caught in a lie, but he started to say his pants are in the dryer. And then like the lady who's like eating peanut butter in the middle of this court appearance. You guys, I think the court appearances have become too casual. Like, what are we doing? Come on.
I didn't even notice he wasn't wearing pants.
He wasn't wearing pants.
At least that was unintentional. Eating peanut butter, that's a whole other level.
Part of it is just that, right, he didn't realize that the camera, this is what you have to be careful on. And this is going back to the code. The camera shows more than what you think it does.
Did they make him put his pants back on?
No, I don't know what happened. I don't think he got in trouble.
I was gonna say, I thought he was wearing shorts.
He's not naked. He just doesn't have his.
I would not have noticed.
If I'm really sorry to look, but I think they're boxer briefs.
Yeah. I was gonna take a stab in the dark.
I don't think.
Yeah.
He didn't know. I feel bad for the officer, but you should know that your legs are showing. And I get it. Again, it goes back to the COVID times.
It's a small,
we've become too casual.
Think how small your phone is. You're trying to look.
All right, everyone, remember to put your pants on next time you have a Zoom call.
You tell me, in all our Zoom meetings during the pandemic, you were always...
Well, we were here, right? None of us ever got to go home.
No, but on the meetings we did, though.
We were here.
Those were good days.
I'm on a pumpkin to lean on every day at work.
Wouldn't that be nice?
That's a good looking, not real pumpkin, by the way.
Thank you. These are adorable.
Enjoy your Halloween tonight. We're back Monday.
That's right. Happy Halloween, everybody.
Happy trick or treat.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Happy Halloween to you. Sorry to disappoint if you expected me to be in a costume. You probably didn't. I'm not. Here we are. But if you're having fun with today, I hope you are, and making the most of that. Gonna have some beautiful weather here in Central Florida for trick or treat tonight. You might need a jacket or a sweatshirt. You will need a jacket or a sweatshirt. We'll talk more about that with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner coming up in just a little bit. A number of other things we are monitoring today, and we've got the next 4 hours together. So thanks for joining us here today, and we'll go ahead and jump right in. Let me give you a live look right now at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. It is October 31st. It is also day 31 of the government shutdown. deadline looming for things like SNAP benefits, military paychecks, a number of things. We are also beginning to see some major impacts on flights. This was a huge news last night. Let me give you a live look right now at MCO, Orlando International Airport. You see the flight tower there. A number of cancellations and delays. Last night, especially, huge backups at Orlando International Airport because of a lack of staffing with air traffic controllers. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz has been out at the airport today talking to folks there and has a little bit more about where things stand at this point.
Yesterday, people were waiting for hours for their delayed flights, and believe it or not, those were the lucky ones because there were multiple cancellations as well. I want you to take a look at the board this morning. This is the departures. In red is the canceled and also delayed flights, and from this morning, I got here around 4:30, there was way less. So it is creeping up, and this is expected to go all the way into next week because there is no end in sight for this government shutdown. A spokesperson from MCO says the average delay for flights arriving to MCO is 2.5 hours. The delays are because the FAA staffing issues. Air traffic workers are also fed up. They just missed their full paycheck. Air traffic controllers are mandated to work even during a government shutdown, but one corporate pilot tells us he says they have sick days and they're likely going to use those to call out. We spoke to one traveler heading to Aruba. He says he was already worried about the hurricane and now you have to add this on top of it. He says he made sure to come early just to be safe.
A little nervous, not gonna lie, especially through security because we thought maybe it might take a little longer, especially because we're going to international. It's my first time international. But we're very excited still. We got to keep a positive mindset and keep our heads high and hope for the best, you know, just try and stay positive.
It's a good thing to have that. That's what you need to be. You need to be positive because if you're planning on traveling, this could be you. You could be in the red, you could be delayed, you could be canceled. There's really no saying. So before you head out, if you're traveling to MCO through or coming in, you need to check your flight before you head out.
Yeah, check those flights. And let's give you a live look right now at the flight status board on MCO's website. And we'll look through a few of these flights. These are the departures right now. And you see one flight to Cincinnati that was supposed to leave right now. Now going to be leaving a couple hours late, 1:45. You see a couple minor delays in Dallas there. That flight to JFK, New York, is actually a little bit early. And then scrolling back down a little bit further into the hour, you do see some more who are have been pushed back a little bit. A couple of more delays there, but nothing major really, and certainly not like we were seeing yesterday, as Amanda was talking about. Still some cancellations, although to highlight this one is into Montego Bay, so no surprise that the flight into Jamaica is canceled right now in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. But still seeing some impacts, and this could be something that we continue to see more issues at certain times. Obviously, no predicting when that might be. But there was an expert on Good Day Orlando this morning, J.P. Dice. He's a corporate pilot, aircraft broker and manager, and a flight instructor. He was on Good Day Orlando to talk about the situation with air traffic controllers and the FAA.
These air traffic controllers take their jobs very seriously. It's a very high stress job as well. We know they are working unpaid, but they are mandated to work. What's causing this shortage?
Well, you've got a couple of things going on. You have people that are controllers that I think are probably a little bit at the end of their rope, and they're not coming to work. You combine that going into it on a good day, we were 3,000, I think around 3,000 short of air traffic controllers here in the U.S. There's been a big push to get more controllers, to recruit more, and still falling behind there. So that's kind of a double whammy, so to speak. We've got the current government shutdown with a situation where we're already short air traffic controllers. And so why were we short prior to the shutdown, and how do we see this being fixed? You know, I think short because there is a mandated retirement age with air traffic controllers, 55 years old. So it's got a shortened retirement age, and I think just getting more people into the aviation industry, there's been that shortage for a while. It was pilots. There's a big shortage with aircraft mechanics, shortage with air traffic controllers. So it's really industry-wide.
Should that age of 55 then be upped?
You know, possibly. I think that's been looked at, certainly. And part of the reason for that, it's a high-stress job. So having a career where you're just under the gun this long, that's why that retirement age is where it is. This is a high-stress job. These folks are, you know, I deal with air traffic controllers all the time. They are the highest level, really, of government service. Incredible work that they do to keep us safe in the sky. And we have some of the most complex and busiest airspace in the world. And we really do quite well when everything's working okay. Right now, it's very frustrating for passengers, pilots, everybody involved in the travel process.
And so what happens now? Because you've got workers who are calling in sick. You already had a shortage of workers pre-government shutdown. If people are going to be traveling now and as we head into this very busy holiday season, any tips? What can they expect?
Well, I would prepare for delays, flights canceled. Look at your app for your favorite airline. You may have a flight booked on. Chances are that's going to change. If it says it leaves at 11 a.m., it may be 3 p.m. That flight may cancel altogether. The airlines are scrambling to make this work, but a lot of it goes to the capacity of the air traffic control system. What ends up happening if you have reduced staffing, air traffic control systems just allow only so many aircraft into certain airspaces. So that's going to be the limiting factor. They'll let planes in, but you're not going to be at the capacity that you were. The one thing that is good out of all of this, at least right now, we're in a situation where there's not a lot of active weather across the U.S., pretty nice weather. Could you imagine? You take the air traffic controller shortage, you take the government shutdown, and then you add in a bunch of bad weather into the mix, and then you have a nightmare on your hands of three things going on.
We're also getting into a time where air travel really going to pick up in the next few weeks with Thanksgiving and then heading into the holidays. So we will continue to watch what happens in Washington. 13 failed votes in the Senate on the GOP continuing resolution to fund the government. Both sides have really dug in their heels at this point. President Trump last night on Truth Social calling for Republicans to trigger the nuclear option, as they call it, and end the filibuster so that it would not require 60 votes and would only require a simple majority, 50+1, to pass the funding bill. That is something that the Senate Majority Leader John Thune has been resistant to at this point. So we will see what happens, though, again, because that's not just the air travel, but the SNAP benefits, a number of things that we're going to start seeing some more impacts. And Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, a Republican from Florida, was on A Good Day Orlando just a little bit ago, and he talked with the crew there about the status of the shutdown and what's next.
Good morning. Unfortunately, it's not a good day as we have now day 31 of this ridiculous government shutdown. As you know, Ryan, I voted yes to keep the government open. We need to help folks out, whether it be air traffic controllers, the military, and now people who are in need of food.
Yeah, 35 is the record, so we're pushing up against that kind of close. We know air traffic controllers are working unpaid. They're mandated to work, though. So what do you see causing the shortage there?
Well, it's the reality. If anybody would they go a whole month working hard, serving other people, and they're not getting paid? It's incredibly frustrating. As you know, we've worked hard to make sure our military was paid, but this is a real situation, and I'm tired of the games that the Democrats are choosing to play with other people's lives. As you know, I've tried to do my small part. One is, of course, voting yes to keep the government open. The other one is I'm working without pay as well. I said no pay until we reopen the government. My staff is working without pay as well, and they're still serving the constituents I have in Brevard and Indian River and Orange County. But we need to get back to work and make sure the people who work hard for the government, whether it be our military or air traffic controllers, are on the job. I mean, think about all those folks right now at MCO who are stranded because of the realities of people working, not getting paid. So I plead to the Democrats, restore common sense here. Let's get back to work, and we can always discuss healthcare issues and others, but we're not going to sit there and pay an additional $1.5 trillion to open up the government for the short term.
Well, Congressman, as you know, there's been finger pointing on both sides, but it's not just you pleading for that. United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby yesterday calling on Congress and Democrats to accept the current CR. American, Delta, Southwest, they made similar pleas to Congress and essentially to the Democrats here, saying, look, we're not picking sides. We're saying you need to get this done. Will that help get things to 60? Because, as you know, in Washington, public pressure makes a big difference.
Well, I hope so. I hope everyone watching this show right now will call the senators in other states and say, come on, let's open the government. I mean, this is this silliness. There's this pure political games. I'm really glad to see that the different airlines have stepped up and said, let's get this thing settled. And again, there's no politics in this issue, meaning when we have what's called a clean CR, a continuation, the Republicans nor the Democrats get any advantages. We made that a point. We actually negotiated more than 45 days ago with Democrats, and we said, let's have a clean CR like they did in the Biden years 13 different times. And let's have a date that works for everyone. We negotiated that. They, of course, changed the rules of the game. And as a new member of Congress, I got to admit, I'm very frustrated that they're not doing the common sense thing. Again, this is no new policy. This is simply making sure the people who work get paid for their good work.
And Congressman, as we're talking about the people, we want to mention that we've been hearing from a lot of families out there that are very concerned about the food assistance benefits running dry. What's your message to them?
My message is I think they should know their congressman voted yes to keep the government open and keep those food banks open and other SNAP benefits available, let alone the air traffic controllers paying our military. I voted yes, and I want to make sure everyone knows that. I've also done, again, my small part, which is I'm not taking a paycheck either. These folks are hurting. I think we should go through the same challenge. But that said, these folks need to get on the phone and say, let's reopen the government. Again, you and I pay taxes for this government, yet the money is not being put into circulation because of these political games. In the House, we've done our part, meaning that, as we all remember from a history class or my political science class that I used to teach, the House passes the bill, it goes over to the Senate. We literally can't do anything until the Senate sends something back to us. And in order to break the logjam, you need 60 votes, as Ryan said, not just a simple majority. And so we're cautiously optimistic that we can get this thing open back up so that people are not in a very, very challenging situation in a challenging time.
Congressman, you brought up the numbers, the 60 versus, you know, there has been some talk about the filibuster, and is that a possibility to get things back open? But of course, that also comes with a downside. So can you explain what is the filibuster and talk about, you know, what would the downside be if they were to go with that route?
Sure. The filibuster, for those people who don't know, that's what stops a vote. In the Senate, you need a 60 vote majority, meaning a super majority, in order to move a bill. In other words, people who want to delay a vote for whatever reason can do so, and it takes 60 senators to break that logjam called the filibuster. So the downside of that is that we have situations like maybe increasing the size of the U.S. Supreme Court, maybe bringing in states like maybe Puerto Rico or the District of Columbia with a simple majority. So we're very cautious about that. There is a reason why the Senate has these guardrails, a higher threshold. But let's be clear here. This is a pretty easy vote, in my opinion. All we're saying is let's continue the current spending in Washington, D.C., and then we'll work out a longer-term budget deal. The Democrats, unfortunately, as you all know, and I've been talking about for a month, they're saying the price of keeping the government open is spending $1.5 trillion and also another $450 billion to expand what is now a broken Obamacare system for the next 10 years. So we can't go along with $2 trillion in spending at this time.
Let's finish with the best-case scenario. The Senate has gone home for the weekend. If we get an agreement, say we get one this weekend, when is the first time they could vote and get this moving forward? And either way, those benefits are going to run out Saturday. So then what happens?
Well, unfortunately, the benefits are not going to be there Saturday. Clearly, the Senate is out right now. I think the earliest we can open this is Monday or Tuesday. This is a reality. Remember, we have done our part in the House. I wish I could do more, but I'm not going to negotiate against myself. Every Republican voted for keeping the government open. The Democrats chose not to. That said, I think we're going to look at, hopefully, the end of the week, the Democrats will come to their senses, bring the government back to work, and we'll continue to push the good issues that are happening. Remember, gas prices are down. The the border secure, the stock market's at record numbers. We see change finally happen in China, the improvement situation in Israel. There's a lot of good news out there. What's the bad news is that people are hurting for politics. And I'm tired of the Democrats playing with other people's lives for the last 31 days.
Congressman Mike Iridopoulos on Good Day Orlando earlier today, talking about a lot of different aspects of the government shutdown. With regards to the SNAP benefits that are scheduled to run out tomorrow if there's a deal not reached, that impacts 40 million families across the country, about 3 million here in Florida, 175,000 in Orange County alone. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have much more to come, so keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A scary situation that we've been monitoring for the past 12 hours or so in Eustis, where neighbors, a number of neighbors had to be evacuated after a bridge, part of a bridge collapsed. This is a neighborhood in Eustis, the Spring Ridge Estates, and it has continued to deteriorate and cause some issues there. So officials ended up, as I said, getting the neighbors and homeowners out of that area. Fox 35's Marley Capper was back out there this morning to take a look at how things are standing and what is the next step here when it comes to fixing this issue and getting those families back in their homes.
Well, now it's daylight out, so we can really see the scope of what's happened. I asked kindly for the fire chief, Swanson, to stay with us. Thankfully, you did, and I appreciate that. Just moments ago, part of it collapsed, so we saw some things happen. You guys heard it. Let's step out while you kind of tell us what happened over here.
Right. Well, what's going on right now is the erosion is continuing. The water, as long as the water keeps flowing, I went back over there and verified that even with the collapse, the water is still running underneath the culvert.
Yeah.
So that's the real problem that's undermining this. Is it drops every inch, it takes more support out of everything that's over there. And that's
really
what we
quick.
saw.
So I see some more paths.
Yeah.
We've been seeing them all morning. So there's a curve that we're seeing here. That was the sidewalk at 1 a.m. this morning. You said that was completely straight?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, and pieces are falling as we stand here. A significant piece fell about 20 minutes ago.
So it could really collapse at any time.
Absolutely. We know that center pipe in the middle is going to drop. And when that drops, we measured it out. We know it's an 8-foot section of pipe. We measured it to the center of the road. So we know that part of the road is definitely something's going to happen in the next day or so.
Wow. Okay. And then I'd like to pan here because you were chatting with us earlier after our last live shot. None of this was here. What did this look like before?
It was actually a very pretty creek with all green grass, and you could people would fish here and that kind of thing, and it was a kind of a retention pond. This is all overflow and debris coming out of what was this bridge,
wow.
basically.
So all this dirt that we're seeing, all of the rocks, this is all debris that we've seen from the storm.
Yes. And if you look at those two pipes sticking out of the water right there, that's actually the front of the bridge that fell off face down into the water.
Wow. So it's unrecognizable.
Yes.
Unrecognizable.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Well, there's a lot of work to be done. We're going to be here all morning long. I'm praying that, you guys are staying safe, and when you guys are trying to assess that nothing happens. So I know that we're kind of staying a safe distance. Thank you so much for staying extra for us. I really appreciate your time and expertise on this. We'll send things back to you guys for now, but again, we're going to be monitoring this because by the second, anything can happen.
Yeah, something to continue to watch there. Just another impact from all of that rain that fell in Lake County on Sunday. Also is continuing to see some impacts in Brevard County as well. We'll get into that coming up in a little bit, where we heard from neighbors who are stuck inside their homes, their neighborhood essentially cut off because of the flooding. Their home's essentially an island, and a woman there who had to climb out of a window to get out of her house to get groceries. Give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando. It can hardly see a cloud in the sky on this Friday morning and this Halloween. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, Halloween is here. Hoping for some nice weather tonight for all those kiddos out there.
Couldn't be better. It really couldn't be better. It's going to be cold, but that's better than sweating, right?
Yeah.
Because last year it was sweaty.
Well, and a little bit different because it's not normally this chilly.
Right. This is an unusually colder than us. This is not normal.
Yeah.
The weather we're having today is what we typically get during the coldest week in January. So this is the big deal, right?
Yeah.
It's the coldest week of the whole year happens to be the second week of January, where our average high is 71. That's what we're going to see today.
Wow.
So, I mean, it is significant. We've seen it colder at night. We got down to the 50s last night. But the point is that the warming trend is going to happen so slowly. I mean, you step outside the next hour for lunchtime here, and it's just not warm outside. It feels good, but it doesn't feel like October. In fact, it's so cold, we've got what are called cloud streets. These are called cloud streets in the Atlantic. And essentially, the cold, dry air is forced over the warm, humid waters of the Atlantic, and it creates these rows of cumulus clouds. And that's a telltale sign of a big cold front that's come through. You often see this in the dead of winter off of the Atlantic, off the Carolinas. You see this on the Great Lakes sometimes with lake effect snow. Same phenomena. Cold, dry air over relatively warm water, clouds form. You can get some sprinkles and showers. And in this case, it would be rain, but it'll all stay offshore. For us in the inland areas, it's all about sunshine and really cold weather. The reason, Melissa, that hurricane you see on the map, so Melissa put this front on fast forward, when typically it would be a slow trudge to the south, allowing the low latitude, sharp sunshine to moderate the air mass and warm it up day by day before it finally gets here. Well, this got here faster than it was able to sort of moderate, so we get a more pure taste of fall air straight out of Ohio that normally we wouldn't have. That's why it's only 60 degrees right now at this midday hour. So sweatshirts and jackets are a must today, especially if you have that native Florida blood, or at least you've become one over the last several years, being so used to the 80s and 90s every day. I mean, it really is kind of a shock to the system. The coolest weather since March, so this is more than 7.5 months coming, and it is more typical of January. It's still in the 50s right now in Ocala. Did you see that shot? Let me go back to it. Look at that, 55 degrees. Beautiful, sunny, not a cloud in the sky. But look at the wind. This is why you need a sweatshirt. It's not that it's 60 degrees or 65. It's just the wind will blow any of the heat that your body's creating away from you, making it feel colder than it is. It's called the wind chill factor. That doesn't officially kick in until it gets down to like the 30s, but for all intents and purposes, it kicks in. If you get out of the water, you're swimming in a pool, and it's blowing like this in 60, it's going to be cold, okay? So that's just how it is. Tomorrow, we're going to warm up to the mid-70s after today's highs around 70 degrees. And that's significant because this is the chart showing January normal temperatures. It's a little small, I realize, but on the left is January 1st. Maybe we make it big. On the right is the last day of January. And you can see we start the first week off about 72 for our average high. And we will have colder days in January sometimes, but this is the average. And 71 is the lowest it goes here in Orlando for what would be considered normal. And so that's why this really is significant. I mean, this is like Florida's version of the dead of winter. But that's why a lot of us live here, right? 71 degrees is pretty pleasant. But what that means for trick-or-treating is that instead of like last year, and if you don't believe me, check your Facebook memories when you got that sheen of sweat on you going trick-or-treating. Unlike last year, it won't be sweat, it'll be sweatshirts. And if you don't have one, you're going to get really chilly. It'll be great, though, for the kids. They're going to run from house to house. They'll be super excited on that sugar high. They never get cold. But for adults, grandparents, just make sure you bring a light jacket with you. 59 by 9 o'clock. That's going to be chilly. All right, let's talk about Melissa. Melissa is still a thing, but not for long. It is about to dissipate. It's being absorbed into a cold front right now. And so it will lose its identity as a tropical system, becoming post-tropical or extratropical, and join forces with a frontal system to produce gale force winds in the North Atlantic. Still, it's going to have a lot of wind. It just won't be a hurricane. Okay, so one wild card this weekend. Sometimes there's wild cards in weather. With the dip of the jet stream making it all the way to the Gulf, which happens with cold weather, the jet stream goes all the way south to the Gulf. That water's still pretty warm. And so you can get low pressure systems developing in the northern Gulf. And that's exactly what a lot of our computer models do, if not most of them. So I'm confident that we'll have low pressure of some sort developing in the Gulf. And that's going to have a big impact on our forecast. If it happens a little sooner, we may have a really wet Sunday afternoon and Sunday night with storms. If it happens a little bit later, maybe we catch a couple of showers on Monday. But one of the more aggressive models for producing rain is our exclusive Fox weather model. And that forecasts that not only will a Gulf system develop this weekend, but it could bring copious amounts of rain on Sunday in the form of thunderstorms and even severe weather, possible between 3 and 8 p.m. This may not happen, though, and it's always frustrating when a forecast is like 2 days from now and there's so much uncertainty. But, well, the reason is that the storm hasn't formed yet. There's no low. It's like a beautiful bluebird day across the Gulf. This is just anticipating that we're going to have a little short wave in the mid-levels of the atmosphere diving down to the northern Gulf. There's what's called a surface reflection with low pressure developing, and then the rain. So what do they say about finances? Past performance doesn't guarantee future results. Correlation doesn't equal causation. I'm trying to think of all the different ways to describe it, but in other words, no guarantees. But if it rains on Sunday, don't be surprised. Officially, it will not be a surprise because I'm telling you about it right now. It's just not a high confidence forecast. So we're going for about a 30% chance of rain Sunday into Monday, and if it rains, we'll have to watch out for the possibility of some severe weather as well. By the way, we fall back for the end of daylight saving time on Sunday at 2 a.m., so you'll get an extra hour of sleep on Sunday. Earlier sun rises, but earlier sun sets. Orlando, the sun sets at 5:45. It could be worse. If you lived in Birmingham, Alabama, maybe you're watching from there, sun sets before 5 p.m. So this is that time of year, Garrett, where a lot of folks up north are driving home in the dark with the headlights on. And yeah, these are some dark days, especially up north. We're blessed being so far south. Right. We get later sunsets anyway, and we're also going to get back into the 80s by next week.
All right, that helps.
There's that.
That helps
it'll
too.
feel warmer.
That's right. Fox 25 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett. Have a great weekend.
As we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you this live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Quite a view out there as we head into the weekend. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Attorney General James Uffmeyer was in Havana, Florida earlier today, up near Tallahassee, and speaking at the graduation ceremony for Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission Division of Law Enforcement. Here is some of what he had to say to those graduates and talking about the importance of their mission.
Town law. James was appointed as the Attorney General by Governor Ron DeSantis in February of 2025. Before his appointment, A.G. Uffmeyer served as the Chief of Staff to Governor DeSantis, where he led the executive staff and oversaw 20 state agencies and more than 100,000 employees. He also served as the Governor's General Counsel, managing litigation and legal work of the Governor and the state executives agencies. Previously, A.G. Uffmeyer served as a senior advisor and counsel to the U.S. Secretary of Commerce, Wilbur Ross. He began his career as a litigation associate at Jones Day's Washington, D.C. office, as an adjunct professor at Florida State University's College of Law. James, his wife Jean, and their 3 children are active parishioners at the Co-Cathedral of St. Thomas More in Tallahassee, Florida. So please join me in welcoming your Attorney General, James Uffmeyer.
Good morning. It's great to be here. Let me be the first to say congratulations. It's great to be here as you end one journey and begin another. You put in the time, the hard work, the training, the sweat, and the tears. You've earned the badge and uniform. Be proud of yourselves. Wear it with pride. I want to thank the family and the loved ones for being here. This journey is not just one that's pursued by these officers, but by you all as well. Thank you for having their backs. Thank you for standing by them as they've gone through this grueling training. And thank you for staying by their side as they go forward in this mission. The strength of an officer begins with the loved ones that stand behind him. So thank you. Now let's get to business. The role of an FWC officer is not exactly what it used to be a decade ago. You are no longer just wardens of the wild. You are fully fledged law enforcement officers that have a duty to protect not just our natural resources, but to protect the people of Florida, to protect the way of life that we have built here and that we hold very dear. From the skies to the seas and everything in between, you will patrol some of the most far-spread remote places of the state, places where backup is far away. And I've got news for you, good news or bad news, depending how you look at it. I think it's good news. The role and the call has broadened tremendously in recent past. FWC officers have been called to pull people out of the water in first response following hurricanes. FWC officers have been called to protect the southern border, to restore American sovereignty, rule of law, and the public safety of our communities. FWC officers have even been asked to patrol the perimeter of a little place in South Florida some call Alligator Alcatraz. But here's my point. There's no call that FWC officers haven't answered. There's no mission that has not been achieved. You all get the job done every single day, and the expectations are that you will. This career is more than a job. It is a calling. But I think by now you know that. You will enforce the laws that keep our natural resources safe, our boaters alive, and our communities thriving. You will step up to the challenge, and you will do so with courage and conviction. And from the bottom of my heart, I say thank you. You will have not just my support, my team's support, the leadership of our state's support, but you will have our prayers, and to your family as well. Rest assured, in the state of Florida, we get it. We're at record crime lows, and we're the safest state to raise a family because we get it. We get it that public safety is not rocket science, but it's more important than rocket science. It's pretty simple. We support our law enforcement to the fullest. We give them the resources they need to be successful, and then we get out of the way and we let them do their job, and they do it well. And when they have run-ins with bad actors and they detain criminals, we prosecute them to the fullest, and we protect our children and our families. The leaders from Governor DeSantis, the cabinet on down, we will empower you every day. We will defend you, and we will give you the tools to be successful. Now, today you are joining a family of Florida law enforcement, a family that embodies the values that keep Florida strong: duty, discipline, faith, and respect for the rule of law. And in a world that often forgets the meaning of service, you've chosen it willingly. You've chosen a career that's dangerous, demanding, but deeply meaningful. When others get to run away, you step up and you run towards danger. And you do so bravely. So again, thank you for embarking on this challenge. As you take the oath of office, as you stand up wearing that uniform, know that you represent something more than yourself. You represent a team, a family. You represent one law enforcement community that's protecting the free state of Florida. So again, I thank you. I've got your back. Whatever you guys need, just let me know. I look forward to working together with you to keep our state safe, strong, and free. Thanks.
Attorney General James Othmeyer speaking just a little bit ago in Havana, Florida. Meanwhile, the door there on Air Force One is closing. President Donald Trump getting ready to depart Washington, D.C. For Florida, where he is going to spend the weekend at Mar-a-Lago. We are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is Friday. It is Halloween. A lot to look forward to this weekend, and so we're excited to launch our new segment, Community Crossroads, and where we give you some things that are happening that you might want to know about, might want to check out around town. So we're going to bring in here Ashley Edwards, Content Execution Manager for U-Nation Inc. And Ashley, good to have you. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Hi, guys. Happy Halloween. I'm super excited to be here, and I'm really excited to be launching this segment on a holiday where there is truly just so much to do.
Yeah, it's I think the perfect way to start this off, because there are so many things going on. You probably had a hard time narrowing it down a little bit on a weekend like this.
Truly, I was trying so hard to narrow it down to just 3 events, not to overwhelm you guys too much, because there's opportunity and limited choice. But we got some really, really great events happening for you guys that I can't wait to share.
All right, and so let's start by talking about one that is right in downtown Orlando, and that's Fall Fiesta in the park at Lake Eola. What can you tell us about it?
For sure. So Fall Fiesta in the Park is happening this Saturday and Sunday at Lake Eola Park from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Please go out, enjoy the beautiful fall weather. I've got my sweater on and you guys will too. So just a couple of event highlights for you guys. There's over 600 vendor booths happening. That's so much to explore all weekend long. You can browse those handmade crafts, art, jewelry. All these local vendors start shopping early for holiday season because we all know that Christmas just sneaks up on us. There's also going to be live entertainment throughout the entire weekend with live performances at the amphitheater stage. So go make sure to check that out. Also, of course, we can't forget the kids. There will be a huge kids zone presented by Advent Health. So featuring all the funds for those little ones to get out the energy. And of course, us Orlandoans, we are foodies at our core. So yes, enjoy all those food trucks out there and all those local eats.
So many good options. Going to be a beautiful weekend to be outside too. So where better to go than Lake Eola?
Exactly. That's where I will be this weekend. So I'll catch you there.
All right. Now, if you're not going there, though, there are some other options. Disney's Hocus Pocus in concert at the Dr. Phillips Center.
Yes, so that's also happening on Saturday the 1st at 6 p.m. So a little pro tip for your day, maybe spend the day at Lake Eola and then go over to Dr. Phillips Center that evening. It's planned out perfectly for you guys. But when you go to Dr. Phillips Center, so basically if you've never experienced one of these live performances before, the orchestra is going to be playing the accompaniment to the movie. And trust me, it is a live experience you will never forget. I personally am really excited to see how they bring that very famous dancing, singing number to the stage when they do I Put a Spell on You. Can't wait for a live orchestra to do that. But if you guys are looking for some stuff to do downtown, definitely recommend checking out the local restaurants to go grab a little bite to eat, enjoy some happy hour grubs before you head over to Dr. Phillips Center. And I know parking's a huge thing, so there's tons of parking options available downtown, from valet parking to also multiple garages that will be open for you.
I know Hocus Pocus is one of those things that's almost like a huge cult hit. Are you a big Hocus Pocus fan?
Oh my gosh, yes. I went to Salem, Massachusetts last year where they filmed Hocus Pocus, and of course just like went through all the filming locations. It was like, oh my gosh, that's that famous scene. There's like the town hall. We even saw the house where the Hocus Pocus like family lived. It was incredible. Big fan. And it's a big fun family event for everyone. So not just like the cult following, but also for kids too. So definitely a great family friendly Halloween themed event the day after Halloween, but who says you still can't be a little spooky in November?
That's right. It knows no bounds. I know Hocus Pocus is one of those like annual traditions for a lot of people. So what better way to experience that than with this in concert? I think it's really cool.
Oh, it's such a great experience.
Now, let's finish up by talking about the Spooky Empire at Hyatt Regency Orlando. What can you tell us about that?
Spooky Empire is truly, think Comic-Con, but horror. All of the horror just fanatics come through once a year here in Orlando, Florida, which truly is the hometown of horror when you think about it, since we have Halloween Horror Nights here. But it will be from Friday, so today, October 31st, through Sunday, November 2nd, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. at the Hyatt Regency in Orlando on International Drive. So this entire weekend is full of celebrity meet and greets and photo ops, some Halloween horror themed vendors so you can get your favorite collectibles from your favorite franchises, live panels, Q&A, and workshops, and just like a little tidbit of some big names who are going to be there, the entire cast of It, parts 1 and part 2, will be there doing interviews, doing Q&A, be doing photo signups. So there's a huge name of horror that's going to be at Spooky Empire this weekend, which is absolutely crazy. But if you're also like in for tattoos, there's gonna be tattoo artists there, and also competitions as well. And of course, like any big celebration, it goes past 9 p.m. with after-hour parties and special events all weekend long to celebrate spooky season.
And so for those who may like horror a little more intensely than just Hocus Pocus.
A little bit more, maybe not as like young kid friendly, definitely I would say PG-13 and up. So really for those horror enthusiasts. So you really have a range of events this weekend from I like a little spooky to I like a lot of spooky.
Something for everyone, that's for sure. Now, finally, you got a local business in the spotlight for us, Halls on 5th.
Yes, so if you guys are looking for anything new, if you want to change up your dining just a little bit, Halls on 5th just opened in Apopka, and it's a brand new food hall with 6 different chef-led vendors. And let me tell you, the food here is absolutely incredible. And no matter what you're craving, maybe you really want a sushi, but you also really want empanadas, and maybe you have a friend coming with you who's vegan. No worries, they have all of the options for you. My personal favorite things to get, I love the espresso martini from the Egret bar. That is just so incredible way to start out the experience. But I'm also a big fan of Thrive Eatery. Anything off their sushi menu is phenomenal, handcrafted, made in-house, so good. And also the ube waffle from Parlor Kitchen cannot be missed. Any foodie is going to love this place. And again, there's so many options. So truly, it's something for everyone over in Apopka.
We love a good food hall around here, and it looks like a ton of good options there at Halls on 5th. Can't wait to check that out. Well, Ashley, we appreciate you joining us for our first Community Crossroads here. And this is Ashley Edwards, Content Execution Manager at UNation. Good to have you. Happy Halloween, and thanks for being on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having me, guys. Happy Halloween.
We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back. And as we do so, give you a live look at downtown Orlando on this Friday morning as we get closer to noon. Keep it right here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A lot of exciting Disney news to talk about, some first looks at some things, and some exciting updates as well. So who better to talk about that with than Drew Smith? You know him as Drew the Disney Dude. And Drew, always good talking with you. Thanks for hopping on this morning.
Yeah, good Halloween update for Disney stuff. No tricks for me today. All treats in the world of Disney, so let's dive into it.
Hey, we love that. All right, all about the treats today. So let's start here with our first look inside this Zootopia Better Zootgether show that is launching.
Yeah, so just this morning, Walt Disney World shared our first look at this new Zootopia show officially opening on November 7th at Disney's Animal Kingdom. And rather than me just talking about it for 5 minutes, they actually shared some video of the show itself. So I figured we'd play that now, give you guys a look inside the Tree of Life Theater as it's been completely reimagined.
Glasses on, everyone! Let's get wild! Today we celebrate our communal existence, our shared environment, and our sacred responsibility to party! T-shirt! 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 And what's your name, my spotted friend?
Benjamin Clawhauser! Please welcome our cold weather correspondent, Cashlow! Kozlov!
Predator, prey.
Oh, special effects!
White snowflakes on fire.
Oh, wow! Judy, Nick!
Clawhauser, did you do this?
I have no idea! We love what we got, it's a melting pot! We are united in every way!
Neighbor to neighbor. Predator.
What better way to end that video than with the sloth slowly laughing?
But yeah, this I think the big thing about this show that I like, I mean, I haven't seen it yet, so I'm not going to review it by any means. I'm always a big proponent of I don't review things until I've seen them with my own eyes, as they're 360-degree experiences. But I feel like this is just going to be perfect for families visiting Disney's Animal Kingdom, especially with Zootopia 2 releasing on November 26th, to the fact that Walt Disney Animation Studios and Imagineering actually have a location from Zootopia 2 in the show weeks before the movie even comes out. So there was a pretty cool collaborative effort there on the show. I know I've also mentioned it before with Garrett, but I do want to remind you guys, if you're an annual pass holder, November 5th and 6th, you can actually preview the show before it officially opens on the 7th. There's going to be virtual queue times at 7 a.m. and 1 p.m. At 7 a.m., you need a virtual queue for Animal Kingdom. At 1 p.m., you just need valid pass holder admission. So if you want to check this show out, just a few days away from everyone being able to experience it.
Yeah, it seems like a good addition to Animal Kingdom.
Yeah, and I think another thing I was thinking about too is the fact that we're about to see this whole Tropical America's transformation. So having this little extra bit of capacity back before Dinoland permanently closes at the end of the day on February 1st is awesome. I mean, we really do need that capacity. And just that Clawhauser animatronic, kind of seeing him brought over from Shanghai. If you guys don't know, over in Shanghai Disneyland, they actually have a full Zootopia land. And that Clawhauser animatronic first debuted over there at their Zootopia attraction. They actually brought him over here, and I think they updated it a little bit. Looks a little bit more fluent. Those eyes are physical rather than digital, because digital eyes would stand out in a dark theater environment. So all these little things that the Imagineers think about. But the last thing I'll say about this Zootopia show, that it's very little detail, but I thought was fun, is that it's being presented in Carrot Vision 3D, the carrots being produced by the Hops family, Judy Hopps, and the glasses are actually orange as a carrot. So I don't think many people would pick up on the fact that the glasses are orange because of carrots, but I got a kick out of that.
I love it. Now let's stay at Animal Kingdom for a minute and talk us through this video of the animals there really kind of enjoying and getting in the Halloween spirit.
Yeah, this is something I look forward to every year. So Disney Animal Kingdom, they have an incredible animal nutrition team, and these pumpkins are actually great enrichment for some of the animals. So as a fun little, I love how he just squashes the pumpkin, he or she just absolutely destroyed that pumpkin. But they always give them something fun to do for Halloween, and they shared this really cool video of them over at the park, just having an absolute blast. That's something too with Animal Kingdom, just as we're talking about this park, you know, you have something like Zootopia, a IP that's very popular, and then just a few minute walk away, you can go see actual live animals on Kilimanjaro safaris. It's such a unique theme park, and I feel like the older I get, the more I appreciate the amount of love and care that goes into that park every single day, just taking care of these beautiful creatures. So yeah, I always love seeing this on Halloween. They're just so cool.
Yeah, sometimes my wife and I will go to Animal Kingdom just to kind of walk around, see some of the animals, do the safari, and just kind of enjoy that atmosphere and seeing the animals. But I do love seeing these videos of them having fun with those pumpkins.
Yeah, I love them. It's really really cool just to think about the fact that even some of these animals being endangered species, like they're not just here for our enjoyment, but this is not a zoo by any means. These animals are being treated with the top world-class care, and just allowing them to have fun for a holiday like this, and also sharing that so we can see it. It's a really cool look into just the amount of talent and dedication at this park every day.
Let's talk a little Magic Kingdom here because an exciting step forward for Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. What's the update here?
Yeah, so this is something that I will say I've been wanting to do this for a while. Is ever since I've been talking to you, I've wanted to break a Disney story on TV. Normally I'll post something on Twitter or Disney will drop it, but this one's an exclusive for you guys. You're hearing it now for the first time over at Magic Kingdom. Big Thunder Mountain Railroad is now testing as it's been closed since January. It's a massive refurbishment, a full track replacement. This new scene with some of this lightning is we're not really welcome at Big Thunder Mountain. And here's your video. I got this one last night. The trains are now circling the track. Now, for those of you guys who aren't familiar with why ride testing is significant, that's because ride testing comes towards the end of attractions refurbishment. We are in the final stages now, and we don't know exactly when it's going to reopen, but they're also painting the exterior. They're putting those final cosmetic touches on, and just the fact that these trains are circling the track is safe. They're going to put water dummies in them next. This is a very, very big milestone for a classic attraction.
And do we know when it's going to reopen, Drew?
Not exactly yet, but it has to be early 2026 at this point. And there's also so much work going on in Magic Kingdom that talking about capacity like at Animal Kingdom, Magic Kingdom needs Big Thunder Mountain open as soon as possible. So we don't know exactly when. We don't even have a season yet, no month, no date. But this kind of says all we need to know. And I'll be sure to come back on and talk about that reopening timeframe once we get some more specifics from Walt Disney World.
An exciting step forward, at least. Good to see that progress because for the longest time there was a lot of work going on. You could see it from different parts of the park, from other rides, and a pretty intense project going on there. So nice to see that they are now testing. So we appreciate you breaking that news with us, Drew.
Yes, absolutely. And I think there's one more little thing I would like to talk about is just like as we're on Halloween, it's kind of crazy to think about the holiday season coming up. But Walt Disney World did confirm that beginning on the morning of November 2nd, holiday decorations are going to go up at Magic Kingdom. They've already started to pop up around some of the resorts and even Animal Kingdom as of yesterday, but not a one-night transformation this year. We're going to have a little bit of a two-day transformation, and this is a video from previous years as the cast members come in, go overnight, put in all these incredible props, and just the fact that they can really transition the park so quickly from fall and that spooky vibe to the holidays for all of November, all of December. And actually something that's fun is that the holiday special for ABC is going to be filming in the first week of November. So that actually isn't a live Christmas Day parade on Christmas and Thanksgiving. They actually pre-record that well in advance to get it edited and all the stars coming in, all the celebrities in the parade itself. So holiday season about to kick off. If you guys are going to Magic Kingdom on November 2nd or after, you're going to see the park completely decked out.
Yeah, those decorations go a long way to really kind of setting the atmosphere of the park, I think, Drew. And so to see that transformation from the fall and the pumpkins and all of that to the Christmas and the wintertime holiday decorations, it really does go a long way toward kind of setting that scene and setting the mood for the park.
Yeah, I fully agree. And just the fact that this is a year-long operation. The cast members that work on these holiday services from Christmas to Halloween to Easter, anything in between, this is a year-round. To backstage behind Cinderella Castle, there's an entire warehouse just dedicated to holiday services. And I think that's kind of what makes me sad is that these cast members put so much effort into it and they really don't get a lot of appreciation for what they do. So when Disney shares these videos and you can actually see their faces, the work going on, I always love to appreciate the cast that makes this place operate every day, and the fact that people fly in from around the world just to see Walt Disney World during the holidays at Christmas. It's very, very cool and just a couple days away at this point.
Yeah, I'm sure a ton of work goes into that as you talked about, so good to see them get some of that appreciation. All right, well, I have a confession. I still haven't been to Epcot for the Food and Wine Festival yet. I think my wife and I might be going this weekend, but we've really been slacking on that. So what are some things we need to make sure not to miss?
Ooh, Food and Wine is crazy because I think the interesting thing with Food and Wine is that you have an entire park to walk around. And the fact that you kind of have some of those booths closer in the park around World Celebration. I think I always like the Hawaii booth because they usually have some cool pork sliders. But also just the fact that on November 28th, we have the Festival of the Holidays beginning. So just a couple weeks from that transformation, it's funny because like Epcot really doesn't have a diet. People call it Diet Epcot when there isn't a festival going on. And it's going to be that one stretch where we have Diet Epcot between food and wine and Festival of the Holidays. But yeah, those foodie guides are out on Disney Parks blog. So that's always a good tip that I like to share with people is there's always so many food offerings at the Christmas parties and these festivals. But if you go to Disney Parks blog and just search foodie guide, literally everything for the entire park is there. Disney's teams really do a lot to kind of keep things as clear as possible. It's in so many different places, but you can find that information if you know where to look for it.
All right, good tip there. Drew Smith, I guess that's why they call you Drew the Disney Dude, with the good tips and all the information for us, the breaking news, all that stuff.
Yeah, when I was a kid in like 2018, I'm like, I like Drew the Disney Dude. I'm going to take that name. And sure enough, here we are, 2025, and I think it's aged pretty well for me.
I would say so. Drew Smith, we appreciate you joining us this morning here on, well, now this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having me on. Happy Halloween, guys.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. It is day 31 of the government shutdown. And we talked earlier about some of the impacts of that when it comes to the flights and the delays and cancellations that we saw last night, especially at Orlando International Airport. But we are also seeing and preparing to see a number of impacts with the SNAP benefits, the funding that helps a number of families here in our area, across the state, across the country, put food on the table. We know food banks and food pantries have been bracing for this and an expected increase. In fact, some have already seen an increase in need just from a number of workers not getting their paychecks. So with the SNAP benefits running out, that's going to impact even more families than they've already been seeing. That has kind of led to that increased need. So a couple of things there. If you need help, don't be afraid to reach out for it. The other thing is, if you can help, those food pantries and food banks certainly need donations, volunteers, all of that. So we're talking about the impacts of this. So what are the signs? Are there any signs of progress in Washington, D.C.? We have not heard from Democrats yet today, but we did hear from House Speaker Mike Johnson. speaking at a news conference just a little bit ago, talking about where things stand for his caucus on this day 31. This was Mike Johnson from earlier today.
Good morning, everyone. This is day 31 of the Democrat shutdown. As you can see, I have a special guest that I'm delighted to introduce to you in just a moment here. We have spoken daily, every day at this podium, about the real pain that Americans are experiencing because of the Democrat shutdown. We talked about the pain for our troops, for our federal workers, for American families. And this morning, we want to speak specifically about the millions of American families that are going to feel real hardship because of the SNAP benefits drying up. And we have no one less than the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, who's in charge of that program, that will speak directly to that issue. But I want to begin first with just a word of sincere gratitude. Across this country, we've got millions of federal workers who have been showing up at the office every day without pay. This has drug on for a month now. Those federal workers have shown up for a month straight, not knowing when or if their next paycheck will be delivered. They're doing their jobs, and they're doing it valiantly, while the Senate Democrats simply refuse to do their job. Their most simple and basic responsibility is to keep the government in operation so that we can keep the services flowing to the American people and keep the country moving. But they're not doing that. So we just want to say to these federal workers, like the hundreds of civilian employees who are also spread throughout the country, like the ones in my district, for example, at the Bain Jones Army Community Hospital down at Fort Polk, our big Army base there. We just want to say thank you for your diligence, for doing your job, for your service to the country, even though Democrats are withholding your paycheck. They are shameless in doing so. Throughout this shutdown, President Trump and his administration have done everything in their power, as we relay to you here every day, example after example. They've done everything they can to mitigate and reduce the harm to the American people. He's gone out of his way to find creative solutions to ensure our service members don't miss a paycheck, for example, to ensure that the WIC program, that the nutrition assistance to women, infants, and children is still flowing. President Trump has proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that if there is any way to fund these programs that are drying up now, that he will do it. If there was any way to fund SNAP during the Democrat shutdown, you can be assured that your commander-in-chief would do it. But we are now reaching a breaking point. Thanks to Democrats voting no on government funding now 14 different times, SNAP benefits for millions of American families are drying up. It's about 1 in 8 people in this country who rely upon this to literally put food on their table. And the blame for this lies 100% with the senators sitting over there on the Democrat Party. They are the ones who have locked arms and decided over and over and over and over, 14 times now, to vote against these services being provided. And now I want you to think about that. You're going to have real people, real families. You're going to have children who will go hungry beginning this weekend when those resources dry up. They rely upon that, and yet the Democrats continue with their political games in Washington while people are sitting around the dinner table without the resources that they need. The administration has done all it can to keep this program afloat, but the limits have been reached here. And what are the Democrats doing today? Where are the Democrats? Are they in the Senate today? No, they're out campaigning. While critical SNAP benefits run dry, the Democrats have skipped town. They've abandoned their post in the Senate, and the reason that's so important and noteworthy for the American people is the Senate is the only place where this can end. The last hope of reopening the government before millions of Americans go hungry. They've abandoned their post. Democrats are now this is the incredible part, they're now trying to somehow blame Republicans for cutting off SNAP when Republicans, remember, are the ones who have voted 14 times for the SNAP benefits to flow. It's the Democrats who voted every single time to turn that off. The same Democrats who've been perfectly fine with defunding SNAP and WIC for over a month now are suddenly claiming to be outraged that Republicans and President Trump can't just wave some magic wand and fix the mess that they themselves have created. If they're suddenly waking up to the pain their reckless decision is causing, then there's one simple way to fix it. They can come back in here and vote to reopen the government. But we don't think they're going to do that. Now, this is what's interesting. The most recent development is that you've got many more people now calling on the Senate Democrats to do the right job. There's a handful of moderates still in the Democrat Party, and they are very upset about that. The tension is rising. You had Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, for example, who just yesterday, I think it was, accused his own party of, quote, playing chicken with the food security of 42 million Americans. He's right. And you've seen now the avalanche of people and organizations and institutions calling on the Democrats to reopen the government and vote for the clean CR. You got labor unions. You got the largest airlines in America. You got independent voters. Working class Americans across the country, they are all pleading with the Democrats to do their job and stop using their hardships, the people's hardships, for the Democrats' political games in Washington. Yesterday, there was a lot said, written about an editorial that was in the Washington Post. I commend it to your reading if you haven't seen that. But it reads in part just one line out of that. I would like to stand up here and read you the whole thing. The Washington Post, as you know, is not generally on my side. They said, quote, Democrats openly acknowledge that they refuse to do this, reopen the government, because it would mean giving up their leverage. If they persist, it will mean families start to go hungry. Now, look, this isn't some novel idea. As you know, the Democrats have always traditionally said, breathlessly, given speeches passionately saying that you've got to keep the government funded. You should never shut it down. It would be so dangerous. And we've recounted this over and over. I mean, I literally could be here all day reading the Democrats' own past statements on the perils of shutting down the government, but I'm just going to highlight a couple this morning because they're relevant and timely. I'll begin with Senator Coons. He's the senior Democrat senator from Delaware. In 2013, he said this, quote, our democracy cannot function if the majority party threatens to shut down the government unless it gets its way, unquote. And that was Senator Coons in 2013. And what is he saying now? Earlier this week, he said, quote, frankly, this is our only moment of leverage. Quite a switch. Bernie Sanders has got a lot of airtime here lately, and back in 2018, Senator Bernie Sanders said this, quote, the truth is that shutting down the government is a serious and dangerous action that we must do everything possible to prevent. That was in 2018. You know what he said this month? Quote, if we reopen the government, we lose our leverage. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse in 2013. The shutdown was, quote, entirely unnecessary and has harmed our economy and our reputation in the world. But if we also can't forget, we must never again allow extremist hostage-taking to create this kind of disruption. That was 2013. Just days ago, the senator from Rhode Island said the opposite. It's the only lever we have, meaning the shutdown. What he means is that the pain of the American people is their political lever. I guess he's forgotten his cries of alarm over the extremist hostage-taking. And how about the House? Infamously now, we all know, the Democrat whip, Catherine Clark, the second highest ranking Democrat in the House, said, quote, just last year, she said, they are taking a non-issue, a false flag, and saying this is the reason we can't proceed. It is a dangerous precedent to be threatening a shutdown. That's what she said in 2024. And what'd she say about a week ago? The opposite, quote, of course there will be families that are going to suffer here, but it's one of the few leverage times we have. Many House members have echoed the same hypocrisy, and I'm not going to waste our time with it this morning, but I do want to leave you with this quote from Chuck Schumer because he is the actual architect of the shutdown. He is the one that is preventing the Senate Democrats from doing the right thing. In March of this year, as you know, he voted on the same CR to avert a shutdown. And he said then, quote, in his speech on the Senate floor and in a bunch of interviews, this is what he said on the Senate floor, quote, the CR was certainly bad, but a shutdown would be 15 or 20 times worse. It was a vote of principle. And today, Chuck Schumer, entirely void of principle by his own estimation, said, quote, every day gets better for his party. Tell that to the millions of American families facing a hunger crisis now as a direct result of his failed leadership and shenanigans. Those Democrats have all collectively voted 14 times over the last several weeks to reject the clean continuing resolution to fund the government, and they've made it abundantly clear they're going to continue to do that, to hold the American people hostage, so long as it serves their political interest, to look tough to the leftist radicals in their base. Republicans have done our part to end the government, the Democrat shutdown, and now it's time for Democrats to do theirs. The path forward is simple. Please, please, every American who is concerned about this, every American that is feeling the harm, you should call the Senate Democrats and tell them to stop the nonsense. Echo the voices of the unions, of the airlines, of hardworking people everywhere, and tell them to stop doing this and open the government. We have to do that. 42 million Americans are set to miss meals starting tomorrow, and this should be the easiest vote they've ever taken in their lives. I don't want to belabor this point any longer because I'm delighted to introduce you to our guest for the daily press conference here. Everybody knows Brooke Rollins, the incomparable, as I call her, the incomparable Brooke Rollins. She leads the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And, of course, her department operates and oversees SNAP benefits to all these tens of millions of Americans. We're fortunate to have her here today. She's going to talk about the devastating effects of the Democrats' decisions on all this. And I'm delighted to give her the podium now. Brooke, so thanks so much for being here. Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mike, Mr. Speaker. Really great to be here with everyone. I was reminded I was in the Speaker's backyard in Louisiana over the weekend and on Friday, and we went to a restaurant there, and our waiter by the name of Joe was wonderful. He was a multi-generational Louisiana and New Orleans, and he was our server, and he was just so impressive. And towards the end, he brought up that, well, this is a job he had to take because he was furloughed and so was not making any money, and he worked for the federal government. He didn't know who I was. And I said, well, Joe, I can appreciate that. You know, I'm sort of in that world as well. And I said, where do you work? And he said, well, I work for the U.S. Department of Agriculture in their New Orleans office as part of the financial team. And so it just really brought home for me, to echo what Mike said, just thanking so many thousands of federal workers who are showing up, who are still doing their job, who aren't getting paid, those that are now concerned about putting food on the table and making their mortgages and paying their rent. But to be out in the country, I was in Indiana yesterday, and understand the real sort of pain that's being felt. But just to echo a couple of the themes that Speaker Johnson talked about, again, the idea that the Democrats have now for 14 different votes voted to keep the government closed is absolutely unconscionable. Every day they hold the federal government hostage. They are leaving millions of families' livelihoods and critical benefits, including SNAP, hanging in the balance. Of course, we all know the 13,000 air traffic controllers working without pay, many turning to Uber, taking second jobs in restaurants, etc., as this shutdown continues. Hundreds of thousands of federal employees are not receiving a paycheck. Thousands of small business loans are going unapproved each month because of this shutdown, equating to almost $4 billion in capital being taken out of the pockets of small business owners across this country, truly the backbone of our economy. It is a fact that Democrats shut down the government over free health care for illegal aliens and their $1.5 trillion partisan wish list. Democrats need to stop playing politics with the livelihoods of hardworking Americans and open the government now by voting for the clean resolution. We are here today because SNAP benefits run dry tomorrow. So the truth has finally revealed itself, hasn't it? Democrat support for programs like SNAP is now reduced to cynical control over people's lives. This last month has shown that the party who constantly says it puts people over politics does the complete opposite. Millions of Americans, as of tomorrow, will no longer receive SNAP and potentially WIC or even a paycheck. Democrats have instigated a disgusting dereliction of duty unlike anything I have seen in all my years doing this work, all to favor illegal aliens and other radical far-left policies that benefit only a small, tiny sliver of their base. I am embarrassed for Chuck Schumer. He is going out of his way to please the likes of Zohran Mamdani, a man who is polarizing America with his socialist rhetoric and anti-American principles. The very essence of government responsibility is to the citizens who live and work here to protect their interests first, unless you are a Democrat in the United States Senate. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are doing all this because they fear the socialists and the radicals to their left. Ironically, in leaving American families hungry and American children without food, they are giving a preview of what those socialists will do to every one of us if they ever take power. What you're really seeing here is the end of the Democrats as a responsible party of government, a party that ends governance, a party that ignores Americans, a party that cannot master the most basic principles and processes of government, is a party that cannot be trusted with the reins of power. It isn't oriented toward anything but the end of the system in which it exists. SNAP is arguably just the beginning. The logical and inevitable end to where this all goes is the Democrats and the whole superstructure of constitutional government. President Trump has made it clear, reopen the government, get government funding back on solid footing, restore the confidence of American families who count on programs like SNAP, and stop treating them and their well-being as pawns in a political game, according to the Democrats. Prioritize American citizens, prioritize American families, and prioritize American children. I would like to make a quick note and then want to obviously leave lots of time for questions. Yesterday, I was in Indiana, and I was visiting a soybean farm, sixth-generation soybean farm, the Everetts. And they have about 1,500 acres right outside of Indianapolis. We were harvesting corn, but they also do soybeans. And as I was there, it occurred to me that what President Trump has been doing over the last week or weeks in fighting across the world to open up markets for American farmers, for American families, while the Democrats are back here playing political games. It must stop. We must get the government open. And our citizens and these voters and our taxpayers and our families and our children expect no less. Thank you all.
All right, take a few questions. Chad, go ahead. You're standing up in the back. Go ahead.
Hello, Chad. Yeah, and I appreciate the opportunity to explain that. So the fact that the Democrats are saying, but wait, USDA has money in their accounts, why it is really their fault, I've seen it over and over and over from some of their leaders, is absolute false, and it is a lie. We have been saying on October 10th, we sent messages out. On October 24th, we sent messages out. These benefits end on November 1st. Now, let me get down into a little bit of the details on that to better explain. So there is a contingency fund at USDA, but that contingency fund, by the way, doesn't even cover, I think, half of the $9.2 billion that would be required for November SNAP, but it is only allowed to flow if the underlying program is funded. It's called a contingency fund, and by law, contingency fund can only flow when the underlying fund is flowing. So, for example, if today the Democrats say, oh, never mind, sorry, we'll open the government, and SNAP flows, Hurricane Melissa or one of the hurricanes hits, that's the contingency fund that we would use to send more money into the vulnerable communities that are harmed by a specific event like a hurricane. But it is a contingency fund that can only flow if the underlying appropriation is approved. And listen, even if it could flow, it doesn't even cover half of the month of November. So here we are again in 2 weeks having the exact same conversation.
I would just add to that, the Democrats are lying about that, and I think they know that. Some of the ones who are out saying it are actually attorneys. They can read the black letter law themselves. They've even filed a lawsuit, you saw, to try to do it. Why? because they wanted a talking point. They know that's a frivolous piece of litigation. They know they're going to lose, but they also know it'll take many weeks or months to have that ultimately determined by a court because of the way the justice system works. So they're using it as a talking point to try to claim. I believe they know for a fact that what they filed in the court is false. You know, they're lawmakers. They're supposed to know how the law works. And so the whole thing is just shameful, shameful. And they're using the people as pawns in this game. That underlying fund that the Secretary just addressed was unfunded by the Democrats themselves when they voted against the CR. The CR would have kept all this funded, and they chose not to do it. Not once, not twice, 13 times in the Senate, once in the House, 14 overall. Yes, sir.
I'm sure you saw President Trump's truth last night, suggesting that it's time for Senate Republicans to blow up the filibuster in order to get the continuing resolution passed. I know in the past you've been reluctant to encourage your Senate colleagues to do that or not. Are you aligned with the president now that it's time for him to take this dramatic step to reopen the government?
I haven't. The president's been very busy. He was in, Asia doing all these trade agreements. I've been a little busy, as you know. We haven't spoken since he returned. I sent him a text earlier this morning. I saw that as well. What you're seeing is an expression of the president's anger at the situation. He is as angry as I am and the American people are about this madness. And he just desperately wants the government to be reopened so that all these resources can flow to the people who need it so much. Look, I'll just say this in general. As I've said many times about the filibuster, it's not my call. I don't have a say in this. It's a Senate chamber issue. We don't have that in the House, as you know. But the filibuster has traditionally been viewed as a very important safeguard. If the shoe was on the other foot, I don't think our team would like it. The Democrats, look, they've said what they would do. They would pack the Supreme Court. They would make Puerto Rico and D.C. states. They would ban firearms. They would do all sorts of things that would be very harmful for the country. And the safeguard in the Senate has always been the filibuster. But again, not my issue, not something I get to even weigh in on. My opinion on this is not relevant. It's the senators. But I think that it just is another expression of the frustration, of the pressure that is being felt, the anger by the president and by me and all of us that we're in this situation at all. Do your basic job. I'm going to say this again. We have put zero Republican policy priorities on the CR. It is Biden-level policies and spending. They have no excuse at all not to support it. They have no excuse to put all this pain on the American people, except that for what we've just articulated and repeated here every day, they want to give a showing to the radical left fringes of their base, and they want to give illegal benefits or benefits back to illegal aliens and non-citizens and all the other crazy stuff that they've claimed. Yeah.
Can I respond?
Sure.
I just very quickly, I have not spoken to the president either since last night, but let me say this. He is, and I've been next to him for almost 9 or 10 years now. He is so resolutely focused on delivering for the American people all day, every day, 7 days a week, 20 hours a day. This is what he is thinking about. And as the world's greatest deal maker, from his perspective, the way he thinks out of the box as a businessman is how do we end this nonsense, and how do we again open the government, and how do we support these families that need support?
Yeah, go ahead. I'd already called on him. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Madam Secretary, question to you. So I know you addressed the contingency fund, but SNAP has never run out of funding in its 60-year history. That's right. During shutdown. Why were past administrations able to find funding to keep it afloat in a shutdown that you can't?
Well, let me see. I've got a chart I want to show you all on the SNAP funding. My charts are slightly wanky because our print shop is closed because we're furloughed. So it was a little arts and crafts time over at USDA early this morning. So this is the chart of the SNAP program. Now, I know everyone can't see this, but this goes back to October of 2023. And I want everyone to follow. This is the red line that under Joe Biden, you see an almost 30% increase in the cost of the SNAP program over the 4 years that President Biden and the USDA was overseeing it with Congress funding it. And you see now the downward trend since President Trump was reelected November, and we've had about 650,000 people move off of SNAP since President Trump was elected. A press conference for another time. That's obviously the goal of all these programs, is to move families into real work and the dignity of that. I say that because the astronomical costs of the SNAP program under Joe Biden was historical. It was unprecedented, and we don't have the same levels of funding that were there in the past. And by the way, for 1 month, we have Band-Aided and bubble-gummed and duct-taped this deal to get this 1 month of funding in for SNAP, the $9 billion. Thank you.
Quick follow-up. I mean, because reality is setting in for a lot of people this weekend. So what do you say to the millions of people who stand to lose their food stamp benefits? What should they do?
My message to America is, first, the fact that your government is failing you right now. That poverty is not red or blue. It is not a Republican or Democrat issue. It doesn't matter who you voted for or even if you voted. That if you are in a position where you can't feed your family and you're relying on that $187 a month for an average family in the SNAP program, that we have failed you. But I think what's so important, and this is why we keep hammering this, the Republicans have voted over and over and over again to open this government so that these funds don't stop. And for 14 different times, the Democrats have said, no, we are going to hold hostage the most vulnerable families in this country so that we can get our left-wing radical agenda into the government and the governing structure. And to that, President Trump, Speaker Johnson, Majority Leader Thune have said absolutely not, and we're very grateful for that. Please vote yes. We implore the Democrats in the Senate to vote yes to get this government open and these people the benefits that they need to feed their families.
And it's clarifying. When she says we have failed you, she means we, the Democrats, okay? Because as we've just explained, Republicans have voted 14 times to get this done. The president has pleaded with Schumer and Hakeem to open the government, and they told them no. We're doing everything we can. The Republicans, they say, well, the Republicans are in charge of the federal government. Why can't they get this done? It's simple math. We need 60 votes in the Senate. We only have 53 Republicans. We have to have Democrats. It is the Democrats alone who are failing the American people. And this administration, every cabinet secretary, it's not just Secretary Rollins, every cabinet secretary is bending over backwards to make sure that the American people are served and they get what they need. But we are not magicians. We cannot wave a magic wand. The funds have run out because the Democrats are playing games. And that's why we've been here every day this month pleading with them to do the right thing. And they do not care. They have shown how callous they are. They do not care that people are suffering. And that's who's failed them. It's not the government overall. It's the Democrats who are holding up the government for working for the people. It's a very important thing. Jay, go ahead.
You undoubtedly have seen some of the modest progress in the Senate as these people are talking about spending, 26 spending. Number one, I want to get your sense for where things are, your reaction to that, and would you bring the House back if they got some sort of agreement on a number of spending bills?
Yeah, look, the whole point of this is a very important reminder. The reason we're in this mess is because they voted against the clean CR. What was the point of the CR? The CR was merely to buy us 7 additional weeks to finish the funding of the government, the appropriations process. We were working on that in bipartisan fashion and bicameral fashion. As you know, we had a conference committee set to go on 3 appropriations bills that had passed out of the House. They didn't match the Senate exactly. They were going to work through that. That's the process. And our appropriators, the members of Congress who work on all this funding every day, are raring to go. In both parties, in both chambers, they want to get back to that work, and that is the whole point. Chuck Schumer and the leadership are holding that process up. So am I optimistic that we can get back to that? Yes, but we can't do any of it until they take the simple step to vote on that additional time. It's just a stopgap funding measure to make all these services and funding flow to the people so that we can finish that work. They're holding it up. So I'm heartened, Jay, that we have members on both sides. I had a meeting with the chairman of our Appropriations Committee in my office yesterday afternoon. Tom Cole came in. We were talking about the latest and what those appropriators are doing, the things they're working on. I meet with Leader Thune about it almost daily on the subject. We are ready. The next packages of funding bills are being prepared. And yes, we want to pass that off the House as soon as possible. We want to get all 12 appropriations bills done because we're returning to regular order. That's been a commitment of mine since I became the Speaker 2 years ago, and it's something that Congress must do to be better stewards of taxpayer dollars. So we don't have, I'm using your handy chart here, so we don't have this spike in spending. We have more responsible spending. The only way to get this, to make the government work better and more efficiently for the people, is to go through that stewardship process, that important obligation that the founders intended and that we have used to respect, but we haven't in a long time. So all of this is entwined in that. We've got to get Congress working again. We're anxious to do it, and the sooner we can get back here and get the lights on, the better. But the number one mission of Congress right now is to turn the government back on. There's too many people's lives and health and hunger at stake. This is not a game. They've got to stop playing games. Remember this, too. The first time in U.S. history that any party has had the audacity to do what the Democrats and the Senate are doing right now. No one ever before has shut the government down over a clean, nonpartisan CR, because it would have been unthinkable until now. And you need to remind them of that. Yes, ma'am. Last one.
The One Big Beautiful Bill contained numerous Medicaid anti-fraud measures. Senator Tuberville recently highlighted a slew of aliens are receiving these SNAP benefits. Are there any plans to do the same with SNAP and totally reform it just to ensure that it's available only to U.S. citizens?
You want to?
Yes, in fact, we've already done that. Now, so a couple of quick things on I guess the silver lining in all of this is that we're having a national conversation on our SNAP program, that this has sort of shined a light on a program that, especially under the last administration, has just become so bloated, so broken, so dysfunctional, so corrupt that it is astonishing when you dig in. So 3 important things on that. The first, I talked about the extraordinary explosion of benefits under the last administration. And what happened was that the money that was going out was zero accountability. So one of the very first things we did when I was sworn in was send a letter to all the states and to remind everyone the SNAP program is administered through the states and the governor's office. So send a letter to all the states saying no more illegal aliens on SNAP. Period, full stop. So that's already a rule of this administration. We're working to enforce it every single day. The second thing is we began a very serious investigation into a lot of the fraud and abuse that we kept getting anecdotal stories of that no one was doing anything about. And so just in the last, I think, 6 months, we've had dozens of arrests, people going to jail, fraudulent activity of $50 million here. One guy's registered for SNAP in 6 different states. I mean, it's one thing after another. So we are taking that extremely, extremely seriously. And we'll continue to do so. And then the third thing on this is that for the first time ever, the USDA, have asked the states for their data so that we can ensure that taxpayer dollars are being spent appropriately. Not surprisingly, all of the red states said, yes, please help us with this. We want to do the right thing. We want to make sure there's not all this corruption and fraud. By the way, 2 blue state-led governors also leaned in, Colorado and North Carolina, alongside every one of the red governors. But the other blue states, California, Oregon, New York, Washington, all of them actually sued us and said, oh no, we're not going to give you any data. So the problem is you have an extremely corrupt program, but up until this administration and with President Trump's direct focus on this and making sure every taxpayer dollar is spent appropriately, we've never really had the opportunity to dig in. So we're going to be talking a lot more about SNAP reform. We've got a lot of people listening now, which is very, very helpful, and to take that program back to its original intent of helping those who are truly needy in our communities, but not to have a massive welfare benefit where so many people are taking advantage of it that shouldn't be.
And I just want to add briefly, just zoom out a little bit. This is a stark contrast between the 2 parties, the 2 major parties in this country. We talk about the split screen in here very often. On this issue, with regard to reducing fraud, waste, and abuse in government, look, America is the greatest nation in the history of the world. We're the most powerful, most successful, most free, most benevolent nation that's ever been. Part of our benevolence, part of the spirit of America is that we do have these safety net programs. We support that. We have an extraordinary cabinet like Brooke Rollins here, Secretary Rollins, who is handling and administrating the SNAP program is a good example of that. Medicaid is a good example. Why were they designed and why are they so important and why do we all support those ideas? Because sometimes people really can't take care of themselves. You know, you have the elderly, the disabled, young pregnant women, for example, who are single and they're down on their luck and they need some help. SNAP and Medicaid and these other programs were intended to be a temporary safety net to help people to get back on their feet. But they have been abused. And there are some big government advocates like the Marxists, like the socialists, who want the government to take over everything and supply everything for everybody. But guess what? If the government can give you everything, it can take it away as well, and your freedom is sacrificed. Socialism, don't get me started, has been a great scourge on humanity. I mean, the tens of millions of innocent people in the 20th century alone have died because of it. America stands for something better than that, something different. But the programs don't work if they're loaded down with fraud and abuse. And every single person in this room and every American of common sense should understand the necessity of having people in office, a president in the White House, a cabinet full of secretaries who are dedicated to this in every division of the federal government, and Republicans in Congress leading on this, to root out that fraud, waste, and abuse so the programs can survive. We did that in the One Big Beautiful Bill, in the Working Families Tax Cut. With Medicaid, we went into that and we eliminated the fraud, waste, and abuse. We got able-bodied young men without dependents off the program. They were never intended to be there. They're sitting around on their couches playing video games. Yes, that's an actual study. And they're siphoning the resources away from elderly people, disabled people, and young women who desperately need it. And so the funds were being depleted. We shouldn't go for that. And illegal aliens were never intended to be on any of these programs. They're for U.S. citizens only, law-abiding citizens. This is the team. The Republicans will fix that and save those programs for the country. And the Democrats will continue to abuse it. They sued the USDA for simply asking them to tell them how many illegal aliens are on the programs in California and New York and these other states. They sued them. You need to take account of what people are doing here in each party, the leaders and the President of the United States. We are trying to get government to work more efficiently and effectively for the people, and we are getting stopped and hindered by political games by Democrats. And that's why we're so frustrated. It's got to come to an end. Thank you all for being here this morning.
It was Mike Johnson earlier today speaking to reporters alongside the Agriculture Secretary as well. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A tough loss last night for the Miami Dolphins as they played a Baltimore Ravens team that had been struggling and scuffling a little bit, and they ended up losing. So an ugly season getting uglier with that 28-6 loss last night. And then today, the decision was made to part ways with General Manager Chris Grier. That announcement made just a little bit ago by the Miami Dolphins. Let me show you here. Give me 1 second to make that full screen, and I will pull up that graphic for you to take a look at. Here it is from social media saying a statement from Chairman of the Board, Managing General Partner Stephen Ross. This morning, I made the decision along with General Manager Chris Grier to mutually part ways. I have incredible respect for Chris and his family, and I want to thank him for his many contributions to the Miami Dolphins over the past 26 years. As I assessed the state of the team and in my discussions with Chris, it became clear to both of us that change could not wait. We must improve in 2025, 2026, and beyond. And it needs to start right now. Champ Kelly will serve as interim general manager effective immediately. We will begin our search process for a new general manager. Saying I want to thank Champ for stepping up and his commitment to the Dolphins' success this season. There's a lot of football left to play, and we all need to fight even harder. ESPN's Adam Schefter is reporting today that Mike McDaniel, the head coach, will keep his job at least through the end of the season. So a change is being made with the Dolphins. It is not at the head coach level, but the general manager now out of a job after 26 years with the Dolphins organization. They are phrasing that they have mutually agreed to part ways. But it has been a tough season for the Dolphins. Last night, Tua really couldn't get anything going. Talked about the difficulty of the crowd noise for an early false start. Crowd started to leave in the third quarter. Some Dolphins fans, you may have seen them put bags over their heads, popcorn buckets over their heads. Really an ugly scene in an ugly game, in an ugly season for the Miami Dolphins. Here is a little bit of what the Tua and head coach Mike McDaniel had to say after that game last night, obviously with the caveat of this being before the news of the general manager being out of a job. Take a listen.
Yeah, I think for us offensively, just started with the little things. We're off a little bit here on this play, we're off a little bit there on that play, and we just couldn't find our flow in that. And then when we did find our flow, we had some penalties, we had some issues going on with that. So, I would say first off that all starts with me, and got to continue to get our guys better in that aspect. But this isn't a game where, we're discouraged. It's one of those games where you wish you could have done, more or whatever you could to help the guys go out there and execute the way we wanted to execute offensively. I think the defense gave us a great opportunity, in the first half, and then in the second half as well, with crucial third down stops, giving us the ball back, giving us an opportunity. And as I've said prior, those are times where we got to capitalize on those.
Can you walk me through the fourth down play towards the end of the second quarter?
To Vaughn? Yeah, that was just, I just got to give him a better ball.
You're surprised that was a call. Devon Achane had Kyle Hamilton on him. Do you wish you would have gone elsewhere, let's say?
Not necessarily. In that particular look, they went cover zero, so you got to get the ball out regardless. So that's what I did.
The 4th and 1 where Larry Bourne was called for the false start. What was your understanding of what happened there as far as to
I would say with the Ravens fans, it maybe got a little muffled with my cadence and the crowd noise. So we kind of talked about that on the sideline after and got that corrected.
You talked about not being discouraged. Just how do you guys kind of rally together to try to bounce back for next week?
Well, we had a pretty heartfelt conversation in there after the game, and after that conversation, I feel like guys are going to go away. They're going to do what they need to do, but when we come back on Monday, we're ready to work.
Right at the end of the half, no Hail Mary and then sliding in the pocket. Can you explain just what you're thinking in that moment and then just deciding to protect yourself there?
Yeah, I think in that instance, you're trying to buy as much time to allow those guys to get down there, and then for yourself as well, you got to try to maneuver the pocket and then get a clean hitch or crow hop to be able to throw that. So that's when, I wasn't even looking at the guys running down there. I was kind of trying to maneuver the pocket, and then if the pocket allowed, then I was going to be able to launch one, but, it happens. It's frustrating offensively, and all the guys felt that same way. Frustrating because we knew we were a little off here, we were a little off there, and we had some mistakes, we had some penalties, some crucial ones at that, and, we just weren't able to capitalize. And so we felt we were moving the ball pretty well in the first half. We just weren't showing anything for it, really.
When the receivers are kind of coughing up the ball, what's the message to them during those moments?
Well, they know they got to hold on to the ball, just like any of the guys, that are ball carriers, even myself. Like, I know I got to protect the ball. They know the same thing. So it's not about reminding them that, like, hey, you can't do that. Just continuing to encourage them, keep them encouraged, keep their mindset going in the game to keep them confident.
With this being a mini bye, the weekend off, also the trade deadline looming on Tuesday, do you have concerns for Mike, for players that might get dealt with this team now 2-7?
I would say that's above my pay grade. I let those guys upstairs worry about that and do what they need to do in terms of how we're working things with the team. And so, yeah.
Mike, how do you explain how it goes sideways this way just a mere 4 days after the team played so well in Atlanta?
$1 million question there. I think we came to play. I think there was, I think it was obvious in the first half that, our team could play toe-to-toe, and we felt very good about, our plan going in and the way guys came out. But it's pretty simple. Like, you got a red zone turnover. You have and generally it's a bad omen to be very capable of being in the lead and being behind, getting 6 points in the first half with having, I think, 2/3 time of possession, if I remember correctly, roughly. And that's setting up for failure. And we were -3, and they were 3 for 3 in the red zone, and we didn't score a touchdown. So there was elements of the football confidence, created last week. But the bottom line is you have to cross your T's and dot your I's in the National Football League, or you get made pay. So it's a very, very disappointing, and unfortunately we're going to have to sit on that disappointment for 10 days. I know the locker room would like to go play another Thursday night game in 4 days to get this bad taste out of their mouth. But these are the things that will constantly occur in the National Football League. You won't like the results if you have those major elements minus in the red zone and minus in turnovers. It's going to be a long day.
You mentioned after the Browns game that
head coach Mike McDaniel, who, according to reports, is going to keep his job at least through the end of the season. Speaking last night after that tough 28-6 loss, and again that news coming out just a little bit ago that the general manager of the Miami Dolphins is out as that the team continues to struggle this season. It has been one rough game after another for the Dolphins down in South Florida. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We appreciate you joining us on what has been a pretty busy day here as we've followed a number of stories. I want to get you inside a courtroom in Tampa right now. I'll give you this live look here. This is the state of Florida versus Alicia Andrews. She's the first of 5 people charged in the death of a Jacksonville rapper to go to trial. She is the only defendant not facing the death penalty, but she is charged with first-degree murder. Even though investigators say she did not fire a weapon, prosecutors say she did play a role in the death of Julio Fulio, who you may remember some of this crazy surveillance video that was released showing that there was, according to prosecutors, some gang activity and basically a ambush that ended up with the death of Julio Fulio. Today in court, Andrews is testifying in her own defense on the stand. And then we expect closing arguments in this case after this. I want to go ahead and get you alive back inside the courtroom. I want to warn you, there could be some language. I see some on the screen right now because these are text messages that we are looking at. The defense has argued that there is no direct evidence tying Alicia Andrews to the murder of Julio Fulio, but the prosecutors have been talking about these messages and saying that she was part of that, the planning and part of that. So let's go ahead and listen in. She's being cross-examined right now, live inside this courtroom. Prosecutors asking her questions. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Papa, right?
Yes.
And who's Little Papa?
He's a rapper.
And you know that he also has a gang affiliation, is that correct?
I mean, he doesn't claim it, so I don't know.
Okay. You know your boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, is in a gang, isn't that true?
I don't know that.
That's something you've told your best friend, since you were little, Jewel Jordan, that you knew that he was in a gang and that he was in it?
I never told her that.
You never
I said
said
I've
that?
heard allegations of it. But when I asked him, he denies it. So, of course, I took his word.
In this particular conversation, you then say, again, talking about Julio, let's go down here. I want you to tell the jury what then you texted in response to Jewel Jordan saying that they keep killing each other. And we're talking about the gang war in Jacksonville, right? 1,200 against 6 Block. ATK against 6 Block, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's see, what did you text her?
I said right, so it's going to go
And
on.
I'm sorry, Ms. Andrews, if you don't mind, you speak very quickly, so if you could just speak slowly, because I'm seated next to you and I'm having trouble hearing you. So
Okay.
thank you very much.
I said right, so it's going to go on, and they keep saying let leak rest, but I'm sure the other side be feeling like that, so it's going to keep repeating, and yeah, they know what come with it, so charge it to the game. Go retaliate or something. They sitting up there rapping, but that's y'all homeboy. Just do what y'all have to do. They don't be in Jacksonville, so I doubt they care about anybody here or the upcoming rappers.
So Leaky is another person that has died in this gang war, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're well aware of that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. He went to middle school with me.
So you have somebody who went to middle school that died in this gang war, and you had somebody who went to Raines High School that died in this gang war. Is that correct?
Yeah, I heard of it, but I'm not friends with him.
Well, you say you're not friends with Spaz, right? Joe Rod Adams, correct?
Yeah, I'm not friends with him.
But he wasn't the only one that got shot in that Raines High School shooting, was he?
I mean, I think so.
Will also got shot in that high school shooting. Will Go Crazy, the person who you communicate with on your phone, right? You know who Will is.
I wouldn't say like that. He texts me and he tries to talk to me like I'm cute. People are going to start talking to me like that.
He's who Jewel Jordan was talking about when she said that you two had a friend that was injured at the shooting at Raines High School, correct?
Yeah, when she says friend, she means associate.
Mm-hmm. So I didn't ask you that, but what her wording up there was friends, right?
Yes.
And he got shot in the arm. His name is Will Royal. He went to high school with you at Raines High School, right?
I believe so.
You believe so, or you know so?
I don't remember his last name being Royal, so that's why I said I believe so.
Okay, let's not call him Will Royal. Let's call him Will, who got shot in the left arm the same day that Spaz, Joe Rod Adams, got killed at Raines High School when you were attending there.
Yes.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yes, Will.
So what are you texting your friend Jewel Jordan on 1/21 of 2021?
You want me to read it?
Yes, ma'am.
I said it was deleted about the time I got up, but Julio had said Julio had said it, but everybody kind of knew that. It was just once that time he got shot, and I forgot the boy that died with him at the Raines game, but the boy Robert ain't even do that, even though he on the 6th side. It was Bibby, and Will knew that, but Bibby died like 3 weeks later, so that was crazy.
Okay. And so who we're talking about right now, that you claim not to know his last name, is the very person you are texting Jewel Jordan about, right? Will.
Yes, ma'am.
So you knew him well enough to be texting to your friend, Jewel Jordan, after the high school shooting at Raines, correct?
Yes, he was known.
And the other person that you are mentioning in this same sentence is Robert. You're referring to Robert Howard, the person who actually went to prison for manslaughter for that shooting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also mentioning Bibby, is that correct?
Yes.
Bibby is a nickname. It is a gang nickname, isn't it, Miss Andrews?
I didn't know his real name. I'm just referring to him as Bibby.
Okay. Because Bibby is the way that the people who you hang out with refer to him, right?
No, the people on the internet refer to him as Bibby.
That's right. And that's how they know him, by his
Yes.
gang name.
I mean, I wouldn't know if it's his gang name.
Do you think Bibby is his legal name?
I don't know him personally to know. So.
And then Jill Jordan responds, OMG, LMFA, what does that mean?
Laughing my fucking ass off.
Everybody kind of knew. They all had comments to calling. You guys are also watching what is going on social media between these warring rival gangs, aren't you?
Yeah, that day we're actually referring to a post, so we're reading the comments, but instead of putting it in the comments, we're texting it to each other.
Now I want you to read to the jury what you texted your friend Jewel Jordan on January 21st of 2021.
I said, girl, I don't like Fulio. Laugh my fucking ass off. Ugly ass bitch. He need to die. And shit, that was Will friend. Fuck the cold shit. Then I said, bitch, he shot me and my friend died. Yeah, I'm pointing out who did it.
And so
as she reads some of those text messages, just a reminder that while we are listening in here, this is a live court proceeding, and apologize for some of that language. Alicia Andrews is being cross-examined right now by prosecutors. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look at the Embassy of Jamaica in Washington, D.C., where officials are giving a news conference about recovery and relief efforts underway following that island being hit so hard by a Category 5 Hurricane Melissa. This news conference getting underway right now, so let's go ahead and listen in.
Thank you, Tanisha, for that introduction. And certainly let me add my own thanks to our friends from the media for being here or joining online. We always appreciate the role you play in keeping our various publics informed and keeping these sorts of tragedies on the front burner and in people's view. I also want to thank the many persons who, for their overwhelming support to our nation at this time, and also to our diaspora here in the United States. Governments from across the world have reached out. Private sector companies, large NGOs, multilateral organizations and individuals who care have all been reaching out in very material ways to support Jamaica in this time of need. So, ladies and gentlemen, it cannot be overemphasized that there is extensive damage in the western end of Jamaica, or in the western half of Jamaica is probably a better way of putting it. The country is suffering significantly at the moment, and even though we have launched a whole response mechanism, the response to a Category 5 hurricane with 180 mile per hour winds will strain, test, and probably overwhelm any response mechanism that you can put in place. However, if you do have these mechanisms in place, you stand a better chance of getting a more coherent and coordinated response. So, as was said, this happened on the 28th. And so, time is not on our side as we do the relief effort and the rescue effort in Jamaica, because as days pass, people become more desperate. The needs grow and increase, and the concerns increase. What we do know is that we have also, apart from significant infrastructure damage, we have massive damage for homes and shelter, and also a lot of blockages of roads, of roadways, that of course impedes and inhibits the response to this disaster. So there are cut-off communities that we are making our way to. Reports are at the moment that we have actually 19 dead confirmed, and we're hearing about other probable deaths. And with this sort of disaster, as we go through it, and we start to clear rubble, as we access inaccessible places, as water starts to recede, that number is likely to go up. It's very important, therefore, that, as I emphasize, speed in the process of rescue and relief is significant. We fortunately have had some large NGOs come into Jamaica before it even struck, and subsequently the relief supplies have been flowing in, and I'll give you some information on that. Our international airports were reopened on Wednesday evening into Thursday morning. Yesterday we had 13 cargo relief flights, plus some commercial flights and private flights coming into Norman Manley International Airport in Kingston, which was less affected by the hurricane because it's in the east. Today we expect another 20 cargo flights, as well as by tomorrow morning at about 7 o'clock we should have Montego Bay Airport open so that persons who are stuck in Jamaica, tourists, etc., we can get them out. So we'll be getting them out starting tomorrow morning with commercial flights. So we'll be working 3 international airports, one in the center of the island, one in Montego Bay, one in Kingston, to get relief supplies in and as a response to what's going on. Of course, getting it in is the first step. Getting it to the people is the big part. A lot of the places that are cut off, we're going to have to use airlift to get them in. And I'll just say that at the moment, as we speak, We have helicopters arriving in Jamaica that were provided by the U.S. government. And I believe it is 4 that have landed so far, and then I believe we have another 4 coming in later on or into tomorrow. Also from the U.S. Government, federal government, are, well, in conjunction with state teams, are 2 SAR teams, one that landed yesterday from Fairfax County, and then a SAR firefighter team out of LA coming in, I believe, later on today. The DART, the Disaster Assistance Response Team, arrived yesterday in Jamaica to start their work of assessment, to see what else is required, and to be able to reach back into the U.S. government to see how we continue that support. From the U.S. side, the mission side here, we have been reached out to by a number of members of Congress, members of state governments, all seeking to support us. And I really thank them, everyone who reached out and who want to provide this material support in our time of need. As the relief effort continues, it will be guided at 2 levels. At the highest level, at the political level, there is a relief and recovery committee of the cabinet that has been put together, led by 2 cabinet ministers, and they will be driving everything from that level. Below that, we have the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, which is the standing body that deals with these disasters. And then there's also a private sector coordination committee that has been established, led by one of our senators, to ensure that the activities of the private sector are so coordinated that we get the benefit of that as well. So there are layers. It's necessary for the coordination, but I just want to emphasize that some of the support we've gotten has been technical support as well. And this incident is too large, this disaster is too large and too severe not to reach out and take the best of what the world has to offer in terms of disaster logistics, disaster response, disaster relief, and ultimately disaster recovery. So we recognize that this is a difficult time for many places in the world. There are challenges here, and there are challenges across the world. And that makes it even more important. It makes it more searching for the right word here. But it emphasizes how when you have this kind of disaster, that is where you see the true humanity coming out. And and that's important. I know Jamaica as a country, we have deployed all over in support of other people who have had similar issues, and I guess we're getting some of it back now, and that's really, really great. Our diaspora here, we have perhaps 1.5 million people, Jamaicans, integrated throughout the United States society. They rally quickly, and they have ongoing support mechanisms to Jamaica, and they have ramped that up. We have charities that are working here and in Jamaica normally, and those have ramped up their activities as well. And all of that bodes well for us. we are a strong people, and we're resilient people. And as we transition, as the rescue continues, as the relief efforts get into high gear, as the supplies flow in and we get them to the people in need, we'll see that resilience come into play. It is really the time for our diaspora and, you know, our allies, our friends to band together. And there are many ways in which people can support what we're doing. And there are banners to the side of me here, left and right, which is the official government way of donating funds. I must say that unfortunately in these things you end up with people putting up all kinds of sites, hoping to trick people into donating to something that is really not going to go to Jamaica. It's donations that will go to them. Unfortunately, this always happens, so I'd advise people to be careful how they donate. There are so many certified good mechanisms to donate. If it just popped up yesterday, it probably isn't real. So the support jamaica.gov.jm, because there might be other endings on this. You might see support Jamaica at something else, but the .gov.jm, that is the official government of Jamaica site. Now, there are a number of people who normally give to various 501c3s here in the United States and support Jamaica. Those ones are still up and running. Some of them have put up pages to support Jamaica. Some of them are doing matching. Usually those ones, if you know them and have used them and you have relationships with them, then that's fine. I know there are all sorts of groups and people gathering things to send them down, and we appreciate it all. We are doing our best to coordinate our activities across the U.S. with our consulates and our honorary consuls. There are a series of drop-off points here for people who want to donate actual goods, and there is a mechanism for actually volunteering, where we can look at the people and their skill sets, the volunteers and their skill sets, so that we have the appropriate people flowing into Jamaica, supporting at the right time. I'll just say that from my own experience in many, many disasters, having deployed many times on this sort of things, quite often, you know, enthusiastic volunteers are not necessarily the best volunteers. I mean, you need enthusiasm, but you need skills also. Otherwise, you can get a net burden on an already strained system. And that's why we ask that we know who's going in, so that we can appoint people to what's best for their own skill sets. Now, I know a number of people are going in anyway. That's good. Thank you, and thank you for what you will bring to it. As I say, support jamaica.gov.jm. You can, a series of drop-off points it's on our social media, on websites, and again, perhaps you should, or I should, end in the same way I started. Thank you all. Thank you all. Jamaica thanks you for your response.
You mentioned earlier there were reports of 19 confirmed deaths. What is the actual Jamaican government's count of the confirmed deaths so far? And to follow up, what else does the United States need, or what else does Jamaica need from the United States, or has the United States offered any other support?
Okay, so to your first one, 19 is the official count. That doesn't mean that we're not aware or we hear that there are others, but for an official count, you actually have to be precise in what we say. But we're
hearing more at the Embassy of Jamaica and learning about the fallout from Hurricane Melissa. 19 confirmed deaths on the island at this point, and that number certainly could go up, as you heard him describe there, as they talk about recovery and relief, ways people here in the United States can help. That is certainly going to be a long road to recovery for Jamaica. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. And happy Halloween to you, but some spooky news this afternoon for fans of a couple of Florida's NFL teams. So joining us to get us caught up here is Tim Walters, the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today. And Tim, we appreciate you joining us in your Halloween costume.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you having me on today.
So we're talking trick or treat, and the news for the Dolphins and the Jags today may be a little more trick than treat. Let's start with the Jacksonville Jags, because they got some bad news about Travis Hunter.
Yeah, not what you want to hear when you're the Jaguars coming out of a bye week trying to fix a 2-game losing streak and while going on the road for a 4 o'clock game against Las Vegas. But Travis Hunter will now be gone for at least the next 4 games. Liam Cohen led his press conference with that news this morning. He, yesterday, late in the day, popped up on the injury report, which kind of surprised us because we hadn't heard of any injury designation. Well, we learned more about that this morning. And so what Liam Cohen said is it is a right knee injury. Now, what we have learned through other sources, the team hasn't confirmed this, but we heard he was playing cornerback. So this was suffered while he was playing on the defensive side of the ball at practice. You hate hearing about a non-contact injury like that because that means something structurally went wrong. We're not going to necessarily, guess at what that is. But at least for now, he's going to miss the Raiders game Sunday. And then after that, you've got a big AFC South game against the Texans. you've got the Chargers, and then you're at the Cardinals. So those are at least the next 4 days. The earliest he could return would be right after Thanksgiving, November 30th, against the Tennessee Titans. And I'm sure they'd love to have him back by then, but they're not going to rush him back. So we're just going to have to see what the updates are as we find out more.
What's the impact on this Jags team? We know he's played a big role, especially on offense.
Yeah, last week, or I'm sorry, 2 weeks ago in London, he had his breakout game where he had his first 100-plus yard game. He had his first touchdown in the NFL. He had really been kind of on the up if you look at all of the games except the Seahawks game, which, nobody on the Jaguars looked good in that game. But, prior to that, he had 64 yards receiving, which had been his best on Monday Night Football against Kansas City, and he tops that by going over 100 against the Rams. He was a candidate for the Rookie of the Week. And, things were looking so well. And he was also playing really well on defense. The number of snaps he was playing there, had been growing and growing. So now you're left kind of looking for things on both sides of the ball, offense and defense. I think where his impact will be biggest will probably be on the offense. He was the leading receiver on the team as far as number of receptions. He was second on the team in number of yards, only to Brian Thomas Jr. Now, he's been walking around with a sling on his arm, and he's also had the dropsies this season. Their next guy up would be De'Ami Brown, who's been kind of, trying to force himself through an injury. So, you start to wonder, is this a team that's going to start looking to do something before the November 4th trade deadline, especially on offense? And so I think that's what they're going to probably start looking to do next.
You mentioned that trade deadline. That could be the one silver lining here, and that's the timing that trade deadline hasn't come and gone yet in case they do need to or want to make some moves.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I would say if I had a leading candidate list, there's a good chance they go to Las Vegas and come back with a wide receiver. We know Jacoby Myers is pretty unhappy there in Las Vegas, and he's been out the last couple of weeks with an injury. He's expected to return soon, but they could come back with Myers. A couple of other receivers, hey, look, why not? A.J. Brown has been really unhappy with the Eagles there. Maybe you can put together some sort of package to get a superstar wide receiver there. Look down at the Dolphins. We're going to talk about them in a minute, but Jalen Waddle, there's a guy whose contract is coming up who hasn't played up to their standard. Maybe you could look at trading for Waddle. And finally, over there at the Saints, a guy that looks really enticing would be Chris Olave, because boy, the Saints are just terrible. They're going to want some picks next year. Maybe that's a guy that they move. So, if I'm, new general manager James Gladstone of the Jaguars, and he's already done a couple of big moves during the season, maybe we see something coming along with that at wide receiver.
All right, now let's switch gears here a little bit and talk about the Dolphins, because the news coming out today that the GM Chris Grier is out. And the Dolphins moving on, but we were also seeing reports from ESPN that Mike McDaniel is going to stay through at least the end of the year. So your reaction to these moves announced today by the Dolphins?
Yeah, with Chris Grier, I'm surprised this hasn't happened maybe a little bit sooner than it has, not just this season, but overall. He's been their general manager since 2016. They've only got 3 playoff appearances, all wild card round losses. In fact, Dolphins haven't won a playoff game since December of 2000. So you're talking 25 years ago without a playoff win, which is just uncanny in this league. He was 77-80 as their general manager. But, he's had some good hits in the draft. He's had a lot of misses in the draft, but this year particularly dismal at 2-7. Tua not playing well. They got absolutely just smacked around on Thursday Night Football last night. You knew some sort of shakeup was going to happen. Not too surprised, I guess, that Mike McDaniel is going to stay through the end of the season. They obviously say through the end of the season with a big exclamation point, because if you bring in a new general manager, what is that person going to want to do? They're going to want to hire their own head coach. So you can either have a lame duck coach in Mike McDaniel, or you could potentially have an interim coach lead the way. But either way, I think that probably this is, unless some fire gets lit under the Dolphins and they win 7 of their last 8 now. But, I just don't see that happening. It's just not a very good team. General manager is going to have to really come in and rebuild. And, next year is going to probably be another tough year for a Dolphins fan.
Yeah, Champ Kelly stepping in as interim GM. He's a Florida native, University of Kentucky alum like myself. But he's got the, whether it's him, even if, in the interim, he's going to at least have to oversee what the Dolphins do at the trade deadline. Do you think they swap some pieces? I know you talked about the Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, and I think part of that is why you're seeing Greer out the door now, right before the trade deadline, right? I would imagine that maybe Stephen Ross, the owner of the Dolphins, talked to Greer about the trade deadline. Maybe he didn't like what he heard, and your team is bad. Now you've got a GM that's not going to do the things you want to do. So now, Champ is put in charge. And we'll see how he's going to steward this thing. I'm sure Mike McDaniel will have maybe some say. Maybe he won't. If you're the Dolphins, you don't want to move someone like Jalen Waddle, especially with Tyreek Hill out and potentially done for good. So, but Waddle might be a good piece to get you some draft picks because kind of like what the Jaguars have done, since firing their longtime general manager, Trent Baalke, they bring in a new head coach, a new general manager. They trade up to get a high draft pick because they were going in with a bunch of draft picks. So maybe you see the Dolphins kind of follow a similar formula where they get the hot coordinator in the offseason, whoever that might be. There's always 2 or 3 of those guys that are out there. We saw the Lions had an offensive and defensive coordinator taken away last year, one by the Bears, one by the Jets. So, the Dolphins will probably be looking for that type of option. But just in the meantime, with the trade deadline coming up November 4th, that puts it in different hands. And, maybe Stephen Ross did not want Greer to handle that.
Yeah, coming on the heels of an ugly game last night in what has been an ugly season for those Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, it's been tough to watch. I mean, 2-7. There were only 2 wins. One were against just a lifeless Falcons team with, the mummy who's been mummifying on the bench in Kirk Cousins. He played just dreadful. And then they beat the stinky Jets, which, if you want to look at a team that, might be worse than the Dolphins, I mean, you have the Jets. So not good things. The Dolphins look just dismal in their losses. I mean, just absolutely lifeless against teams that are, not necessarily better than them, just run better, played better. And, I think Tua, I'm starting to wonder, what are they going to do with him and that albatross of a contract? To me, second worst contract in the NFL after the Deshaun Watson contract, starting to not look good there with Tua. Do they start, trying the rookie out in Ewers? Do they next year look to trade away some pieces so they could maybe draft a higher up quarterback? But then again, you're paying Tua, $52.5 million last year. He's out there, smugly saying, "Show me the money," and he got the money, and now he's had one good game this year. So. The next probably 6 months are going to be a lot of unknowns for the Dolphins. But, first we'll see who they're going to go out to steward the ship at least the general manager level, and I believe also eventually at the head coach level.
Well, whoever it ends up being, going to have some tough decisions ahead because, like you said, there's a lot to be done.
Yeah, there is. I mean, really, when you look at that team, the defense needs to be completely revamped. If not for Devon Achane, they might get shut out 5 games this season. I mean, it's just, like I said, it's been a rough watch, but, maybe this will shake them up. Maybe they'll play a little bit better. Their schedule, luckily, isn't a wrecking crew coming up. And again, they have the Jets again. But, if the Jets can put up 39, I can't see the Dolphins scoring with them the way the Jets did against the Bengals last week. So, they obviously, their season is done. Now you start looking at that trade deadline and then start wondering who is their list of general manager candidates. And we cover at the Times-Union the Jaguars, of course. We also in our newspaper chain, we own the Palm Beach Post. So we've got 2 great guys down there, Hal Habib and Joe Shad, and they are both very seasoned Dolphins reporters. So they'll give you all that information that I'm just not privy to yet, but they'll have their lists of general managers. They've already had their list of who are the head coaches going to be, and they've had who are their trade chips going to be. So check that out at palmbeachpost.com.
All right, good stuff. Tim Walters, the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union in Florida Today. Always good talking with you. That's not what I meant to pop up. That's what I meant to pop up. There you go. There's Tim. Tim, we appreciate your time. I know it's been a busy day with a lot of news going on, so we appreciate you talking with us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Yeah, I always appreciate it, Garrett, and we will talk to you soon on Monday with our Monday morning quarterback.
All right, and a nice tease ahead there. We appreciate it, Tim. Have a good weekend.
You too.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. All right.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is President Donald Trump speaking just moments ago on Air Force One. This is a live playback of his gaggle with reporters where he made some news saying they are not considering strikes against Venezuela yet. Let's go ahead and listen in to what the president had to say just moments ago on Air Force One.
Treating our country with that kind of respect, which is much more important, and our country is respected again. Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, there are reports that you are considering strikes within Venezuela. Is that true?
No.
That you made a decision on that?
No, it's not true.
Mr. President, the nuclear strikes, the nuclear tests that you were talking about, are you talking about literally resuming underground nuclear detonation tests?
You'll find out very soon, but we're going to do some testing, yeah. Other countries do it. If they're going to do it, we're going to do it.
Okay, you can't clarify whether you will resume.
I'm not going to say yet. I mean, I know exactly what we're doing, where we're doing it, but other countries are doing it, and if other countries do it, we do it.
Do you have any more details on the FBI thwarting that that terrorist attack in Michigan that was set to happen over the weekend, Halloween weekend? The FBI
We're
thwarted
catching
that?
people before they ever start. Yep.
Mr. President, your response to Viktor Orban saying he will ask for an exemption from U.S. sanctions on Russian oil?
He has asked for an exemption. We haven't granted one, but he has asked. Victor, he's a friend of mine. He's asked for an exemption. What else?
Mr. President, on Venezuela.
Yeah, please.
What did you talk about with Prime Minister Carney? Are you and Canada going to resume negotiations?
No, but I have a very good relationship. I like him a lot. But you know what they did was wrong. He was very nice. He apologized for what they did with the commercial, because it was a false commercial. You know, it was the exact opposite. Ronald Reagan loved tariffs, and they tried to make it look the other way. And he did apologize, and I appreciated it. We had a great dinner, you know, with other countries, as you know. And I think we have a very good relationship personally. I think that what they did was wrong, but he apologized.
On those SNAP benefits set to expire tomorrow, folks are talking about putting out about canned goods and non-perishables for trick-or-treaters. Is there a possibility, like you did with the military moving around funds, is there a possibility to do that
Well,
for
there
millions of
always is,
Americans?
but all the Democrats have to do is say, let's go. I mean, you know, they don't have to do anything. They don't have to, all they have to do is say, the government is open. And we only need 5 Democrats, but they're, you know, they've become a radical left party. They really have, they've become a very radical left party now. And they've lost their minds. They've lost their minds. All they have to do is say, the government is open, and that's the end of it. And, you know, largely, when you talk about SNAP, you're talking about largely Democrats. But I'm president. I want to help everybody. I want to help Democrats and Republicans. But when you're talking about SNAP, if you look, it's largely Democrats. They're hurting their own people. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President.
President Trump speaking on board Air Force One. That was just moments ago. Now, this is a live look at Palm Beach International Airport, where the Air Force One has just arrived on the tarmac there. President Trump going to be spending the weekend at Mar-a-Lago, and the wheels down there at Palm Beach International Airport, PBI, and waiting to see President Trump any minute now here. So we will keep monitoring this. But I do want to go ahead and get you to this news conference that happened just a little bit ago in Eustis, where the fire chief gave an update on the bridge collapse there that we've been talking about as breaking news last night. Been following that story throughout the morning, led to a number of evacuations in Eustis, one neighborhood where this bridge collapsed that they've been keeping an eye on. This is the fire chief just moments ago.
Okay. Bridge, we had noticed it Monday that we were having some issues with it. We had written up a report on it and noticed that it was having a problem, and it just progressively got worse. Yesterday, we got the crews came out and looked at it and said, "Hey, this is significant." We started talking to the homeowners and telling them that the erosion is getting worse. Basically what's happened is the water has worked its way underneath the culverts, and the culvert is flowing, but water is also running underneath the culvert, so that's undermining it. The culvert keeps shifting, and the more that it shifts, the more water is able to go under and past the culvert. So that's really what's going on here. Yesterday, we met with the Homeowners Association, told everybody to move their cars out. We had a really good meeting with them, and they knew that the potential was there, that they were going to lose their bridge. And then about 7:02, we got the call that the bridge had a significant collapse, which was part of what's out right now. Ironically, this morning while I was meeting with some of the press, part of the bridge fell again. So it is continuing to collapse, and it's continuing to erode. The real challenge with it is the utilities. There's some major utilities under this bridge. Like any bridge, when you put a bridge in, you take the opportunity to run your utilities, because that's all that work is being done there. This particular one has a major sewer line under it, a major water line, and power. And it is also our carrier for power to the lift station in the back. The real concern with it is we can't really see the sewer line yet. The water line is compromised. It was leaking last night. We had to shut it off, which is why all the people had to leave. No fire trucks can get in. We can't do fire suppression. If somebody has a medical emergency, we can't get to them, and they have no water. So that, those are all issues. So they were very good. It was a great orderly evacuation. We got 10 families' homes with hotels and such, and everybody else figured something out with family and such. That part went really well. What we're concerned about at this point is the erosion is continuing to happen. If it continues and progresses the way that we think it's going to work its way to that master sewer line. And if that collapses, we lose the lift station, and this whole neighborhood's going to lose water and sewer. And at that point, we would have to evacuate this entire neighborhood, because you can't live in homes that don't have sewer and water. So that would be a problem. And on top of that, the power line is, you can see it hanging there from the side. That is the main power going into this part of the neighborhood that is also supplying the lift station.
So 21 homes affected?
21 homes at this time, yes, sir.
Estimate how many people it's affected live there?
We did a count last night. I'm sorry, I've got so many events going on right now, the numbers are kind of jumbled in my head. But I would say we probably evacuated at least 50 people last night. And we probably have, there's an average of 3 to 4 people per room that we got for them. So I would say we probably have 30 some people in hotels, and at least a half a dozen dogs. So we evacuated the dogs and the pets also.
We've seen people, crossing to the other side today. What is kind of the mandate now? Is it go but walk over, or what are people allowed to do?
No, we're allowing people to go, and they just need to check in with us so we can watch them and make sure that they're safe. Once they get over the bridge, they're okay. There's a couple of other spots that the neighbors know about that they can get across without crossing this bridge, and they're using that. And we're still telling them they need to check in with us because we have law enforcement on site, and law enforcement is going to continue to monitor this. And we don't want a resident getting chased down because they're suspected of doing something that they're not.
Is that to prevent looters?
We haven't had any of those issues yet, but that's why we have law enforcement on site. I mean, when you put something like this on the news and there's 21 empty homes with no power, we're concerned for the citizens and their belongings.
Is a full collapse of this bridge imminent, or?
I wouldn't use the word imminent, but it is definitely possible. We are currently working with the FDOT, the Florida Department of Transportation. They're sending their bridge specialists over. We've had pictures going over to them now. And also the Army Corps of Engineers is going to be on site here shortly. And they're trying to come up with an emergency plan for us. The city has already done some work, and we believe that that's probably what saved this side from flying. If you can see the ruts down in there, that's the city trucks going in there and trying to fill in with rock and stuff to block the pressures on this side. But it's still eroding.
With the sewer underneath, I guess trying to understand what can be done to make sure that.
We don't know what's going on underneath the bridge, and it's not safe to put anybody under there to go poking around. If you look at it, you'll see the sidewalk is actually hanging by a hair over there. And like I said, this morning I was talking to a group, and a couple pieces fell and it shook the ground. They're so heavy. That one pipe that you can see, that is actually the water main. We had to shut that off because it was leaking last night after the first drop. So the only reason why it's still intact right now is because it's not pressurized. If it were pressurized, it would have probably popped because there's a collar right there too.
The HOA, or somebody from the HOA, had said that they'd tried to get a contractor out to do some repair work when there were still minor issues, and they were concerned now because they thought the city was maybe not going to be able to help them repair things because it's private property. But you're saying like you are going to help.
We're going to do what we can. We're not going to leave them hanging. But I'm not the person that that would be a city manager and a mayor thing. But as far as getting state assets in, the Lake County emergency managers here, the deputy county managers here, our mayor was here. Everybody's aware of this, and we're all going to help them. I can't tell you what level they're going to help or how they're going to help, and we're aware of other processes that we can use to help them fund this project and get it done. The problem is, how fast can we get them out here? Probably when they had somebody come out here and look at the bridge the other day, it might have been $100,000, $200,000 repair. At this point, I don't know if it's a total tear down. I'm not a bridge specialist, but I would say that it's pretty substantial at this point because you can see the utilities underneath it, and when the bats are leaving, there's something going on because we were watching the bats leave this morning. So,
in the worst case scenario, if sewer and this whole neighborhood had to be evacuated, how many people would be impacted by that?
Well, there's another 100+ homes in here, so that would be the entire neighborhood at that point. And really the only reason for that is if you don't have water and sewer, what can you do in your house? We're not going to say your house is dangerous, but you can't really live in it. So some things happen in homes that you need water and sewer for, and they're not going to have those amenities if we have to shut this down.
And the request for help is to hopefully avoid that situation.
Absolutely, we're doing everything we can to move that forward and get it done. There's meetings going on right now. Our PIO is taking strategic pictures for me that the state's asking for to build an emergency plan to fix this, or at least stop it from getting worse.
So someone from FDOT should be out here today, or what do you expect?
I don't know. I haven't gotten any actual times. Most of the stuff I'm doing right now is on Zoom, radio, phone, because there's other projects going on across the state, and we're very fortunate that this is a very sporadic event. It's not like a hurricane that came through and hit everybody. Unfortunately, it was us, but because of this being so sporadic, we're getting a very good response, and we're getting a lot of help and a lot of support from the state.
The Eustis Fire Chief Swanson there speaking just moments ago in Eustis. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour. Welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. And we're also going to check in with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, who spoke with the fire chief and is on the ground in Eustis talking to neighbors there. So we'll check in with her in just a minute. Keep it here on Fox Local. Much more to come.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Happy Halloween to you, and we appreciate you joining us today. We've got a busy show ahead. Want to let you know some of what we've got coming up a little bit later in the hour. We're going to hear live from some state Democratic leaders who are expressing their concerns about healthcare impacts and disaster preparedness as the government shutdown now nears the 1 month mark. Today is day 31, so we'll talk about that, or what we will hear from them coming up a little bit later in the show. We're also going to have a couple of political interviews, one about how does the government shutdown end at this point. Both sides seem to have dug in their heels on this. We are also hearing and going to talk about the 2026 governor's race. I'm seeing reporting about Jerry Dimmings, the Orange County mayor, expected to make an announcement, likely to jump in the governor's race next week. So we've got that coming up in just a little bit. But we begin in Eustis as we continue to follow some of the fallout from the heavy rains and the issues that they have been receiving in parts of Lake County. And we've been talking about this bridge collapse. If you've been with us throughout the day on Fox 35 News Plus, we've been monitoring that situation all day, where that was first breaking news last night. A neighborhood had to be evacuated as a bridge collapsed, and the fire chief and others been on the scene there throughout the day, keeping an eye on that. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger is also on the scene. She joins us now live from Eustis. And Marie, how are things looking there? We know that there have been more kind of pieces of that bridge fall today. Where do things stand right now?
So unfortunately, Garrett, things are actually only getting worse, which is never what you want to hear. You mentioned that things fell even just this morning, and the fire chief, Chief Swanson, who is actually still here on scene, he's headed out in a few, but he was saying that there are a few things they're monitoring and there are a few things they're worried about, but it wasn't quite the hopeful tone you'd hope for. So I'll step out of the way so you can see what we're looking at. This is the area where it collapsed. You can see the culvert exposed. What happened is the water had rushed through with such force that it knocked two of them out of the way, which kind of made things unstable enough so that it wound up caving in gradually and then more and more until the side of the bridge collapsed. There is still pressure happening from the other side, which means that if another culvert goes down, that's going to take out the middle of the bridge. The chief was saying that he actually expects that that is likely to happen. It's just kind of a matter of when or how severe the damage to the bridge would be. This actually started happening on Monday is when they noticed it, and the HOA said that they reached out to a few contractors trying to get them to do those smaller repairs. That would have been maybe a couple $100,000 project, and they had somebody take it up, but they were just taking too long before they could get out here with riprap to secure that area, and by then it was too late. They actually were supposed to arrive tomorrow. You can see now that project is going to be kaput. Another thing, I'll step out of the way again, sorry about that, but there is an exposed line that you can see over there. That's the electric line. That power line provides power to a lift station that's at the back of the neighborhood. Also underneath this bridge are water and sewer lines. The water had to be cut off because it was already exposed and leaking, and the sewage line is what they're worried about right now. If that goes, that's going to create a real problem. Right now in the neighborhood, these 21 homes that are past this bridge, they no longer have water or power. That's cut off, except in they were allowed to keep their refrigerators on, so they had to go through and adjust their breakers. But the problem that we're looking at is if the lift station goes or if that sewage line goes, then the rest of the neighborhood is going to have their power and sewer cut off as well, and then the rest of them are going to have to be evacuated. That's another 100+ homes we're talking about, and so that's not 100 people, that's 100 families. The people we saw coming in and out of their homes today trying to bring what they could in suitcases and in bags and just hauling anything that they could grab, those were all families. We saw a lot of people with young kids today who were in the back of this neighborhood, and we've seen a lot going through the other side of this neighborhood who would all be impacted by this. There are 10 families who the city of Eustis has set up in hotels in conjunction with a nonprofit here. They're looking at long-term housing for those families, but a lot of the people we talked with said that is the large stressor for them right now, is that they just don't know how long they're going to have to be kept out of their homes. The Lake County, as well as FDOT and the Army Corps of Engineers, are going to be looking at this bridge to see how they can get it fixed up or to what degree. This is private property, which is causing some problems, but the fire chief mentioned that there are some emergency powers that they could try to exercise to get these families some help. Garrett?
Well, and the other thing is we heard the fire chief talk about how they really can't do a whole lot because of the precarious position that bridge is in right now.
Right. I mean, it's not like you can just hop on under there. It's due to collapse at any time, even worse. And so that is, of course, creating a problem. Another thing I'll mention, I'm not sure if you guys can see from this angle, but this is one retention pond. There's another just a little bit further over there. That is also having some damage that there are crews out right now trying to repair. It was eating away at the sides and creating this passageway. And on the other side of that is a lake. So they do not want to open up access to that. This particular retention pond had already sustained some damage in the last hurricane season, so it was already kind of failing a little bit. Just the walls along the sides had gotten, you can see the sand there. That's actually largely left over from the hurricane, I'm told, from the HOA, rather than today and yesterday's washout. But that's the thing is they think it's going to get worse. They don't know how long this is going to take to fix. They don't know how big a project it'll be by that time, and they don't know whether the rest of the neighborhood is going to wind up impacted. There is some good news coming out of the city of Eustis, though. We actually just came from another neighborhood that had previously been flooded. The state had offered up 4 different pumps to help drain that out, and they have now cleared out that water. We just got to see it's for the most part dried out, and the pipes that had gone over the road have now been removed. The bumps that people had been complaining about have now been removed, and that street is back open. So the fire chief had left that area where there was good news and a huge victory, and people are now cleaning up their homes and trying to move forward, just to come here where it's this worrisome situation for, at a minimum, 21 families.
Well, and they also have, we've learned, law enforcement staging out there as well to keep any troublemakers out.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Garrett. So they do have law enforcement. They're on scene now. They're going to be here throughout the night and as long as they're needed, because the chief was bringing up, I mean, these are exposed homes. They don't have power. They don't have water. And so people are, for the most part, not going to be here. They don't want anyone going through. They don't want to even have people have the inkling that they might be able to go through. So they have law enforcement who will be staged here just to keep those homes safe in the meantime.
All right. So what is next?
So what is next is they do have county officials on scene, and as I mentioned, the state is going to come out as well, and the Army Corps of Engineers. They'll take a look at the bridge to see what they can do to form a plan for how they could move forward, and they're working on long-term housing for the 21 families, or excuse me, the 10 families that took them up on housing offers. So that's what's looking forward for the future. But the issue right now, though, is that this could collapse a little bit further, and so they have to make sure to see if they can try to prevent that first, or if they can get to work on longer-term repairs.
Gosh, tough for those families. More than 20 of them, could be more impacted. We certainly hope it does not get to that. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, we appreciate you joining us live from Eustis this afternoon.
Anytime, Garrett.
And we are going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we still have a lot to get to, so we hope you keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV, and we'll be right back with more Florida Live in 2.5 minutes. A live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Welcome in to Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and we appreciate you joining us on this Friday afternoon, on this kind of chilly Friday afternoon. Might have to bundle up tonight for trick or treat. Happy Halloween to you. and we appreciate you joining us here today. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area today. And so we go to the newsroom of Fox 13 Tampa Bay and senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, we're learning a little bit more about a car fire that happened yesterday morning in downtown Tampa during rush hour, creating havoc for those who were trying to commute into downtown Tampa yesterday morning. So we've been told that Tampa police began getting phone calls around 8:15 yesterday morning about a man trying to force his way into a black vehicle. Now, a second call came in minutes later reporting that that same vehicle was now on fire. This happened near Ashley and Polk Streets downtown. Police said a black BMW was found on fire at that intersection, and while nobody was hurt, it did impact traffic for hours. After the fire was put out, police said the vehicle's owner contacted them and said that his girlfriend had an ongoing domestic violence and stalking dispute with her ex-boyfriend. Now, police did track down that man. He's 29-year-old Sarhexio Nokaj, and they arrested him yesterday around 10 a.m. Now, he had already had 2 failure to appear charges for stalking and domestic violence. Now he also faces charges of arson, burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, felony criminal mischief, possession of cannabis, as well as possession of drug paraphernalia. Garrett?
All right. A lot going on with that story, Nancy.
Yeah, definitely. And it's so interesting because you always hear all the time, especially if you're the one stuck in traffic, it can be really, really frustrating. You're like, oh, come on, what's going on? And oh, maybe there's a little vehicle fire. But here there was so much more to this story yesterday and that vehicle fire.
Now, let's talk about story number 2 and the return to some beach mainstays.
Yeah, that's right. The Beachcomber as well as Jimmy B's Beach Bar, they both reopened officially yesterday, more than a year after back-to-back hurricanes Milton and Helene, of course. You know, the resort and beach bar, which have been around for more than 50 years, held a ribbon cutting with the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber of Commerce and Visit St. Pete Clearwater yesterday. Hurricane Helene's 4 to 5 feet of storm surge tore through the resort. They had to restore the hotel rooms, meeting and event spaces, as well as the hotel lobby on the first floor and the pool and their courtyard. So that means about half of the hotel is brand new. Jimmy B's bar equipment, audio systems, and TVs all had to be replaced. And we have been told that the 60 employees who work there, they are all returning staff members. And the hotel is 70% occupied for this weekend. And Jimmy B's will be open from 11 a.m. until 1 a.m. with live music daily over the weekend. Garrett?
I am sure a lot of people are excited for them to come back.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a very long year, and it's so good to see the beaches that were so badly impacted by those storms last year. It's so good to see them back on their feet.
Well, it certainly helps that it has been a much slower hurricane season to this point. I'm sure they are relieved that that's been the case after kind of that 1-2 punch last year.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely. We are so grateful that this has been a quiet hurricane season so far. Hopefully, we only have 1 month left, so hopefully it will remain that way.
Yeah, we don't want to jinx anything, but no. We are certainly counting down. And our third story here in the Tampa Connection today, Nancy, an interesting arrest after a traffic stop. What can you tell us?
Yes, that's right. Tampa police, they said that they pulled over Louis Serrano earlier this week because he had dim tag lights. And there's body cam video of the deputy asking him to get out of the vehicle and walk around to the back so that they can look at this dim light. And when they get to the back of the vehicle, Serrano points to it with his cell phone as well as a huge wad of cash in his other hand. The deputy can be heard on the video commenting, "Holy moly," when it comes to how much cash Serrano had with him. And that's when Serrano replied that, hey, he works in the club. That's why he has so much cash. And then the deputy tells him to put his hands behind his back, and he cuffs him, saying that Serrano might have a warrant. During a search of the vehicle, deputies said that they found cocaine, cannabis, a stolen gun, and more than $2,200 in cash. Serrano was arrested and charged with felon in possession of a firearm, armed possession of cocaine with intent to sell or deliver, and driving with a license suspended, canceled, or revoked. And that was his third offense for doing that. Garrett?
A lot of cash that you see the officer counting in that body camera video. something to see.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of cash, and it's just amazing when he walks to the back. He's just like, oh yeah, I knew this. I had a dim tag light, and he has this huge wad of cash right there, and the officer's like, that's a lot of cash, like a very unusual amount of cash to have. And he said he worked in the club, and that's why he had so much cash.
Yeah, I definitely don't carry that much cash, but then again, I don't work in the club or do other allegedly illegal things, so I guess that would explain why I might have $2 in my wallet right now.
In the same way, I never have any cash on me.
Well, Fox 13 digital senior content producer, I should say, Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
Now let's talk a little bit of weather, because we know a cold front is on the way here in central Florida, making things kind of chilly out there, and going to be chilly for your Halloween forecast. And it looks like I found the cold front. It is Fox 35 storm team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, who just came in here. I love the costume.
Thank you. Thank you. I feel like it's kind of giving like blue Statue of Liberty vibes. But
I wasn't going to say that and insult your costume, but I do like it. Very timely.
Very timely. And for Halloween tonight, heads up, kiddos, you may need to throw on a little bit of an extra layer because of that cold front that moved through on Wednesday into Thursday, because things are really going to get chilly as we head through the overnight tonight. So check out your trick-or-treating forecast. We're going to see those temperatures drop down into the low 60s tonight. Trick-or-treating happening between 5 and 9 p.m. across central Florida. And especially once we head into closer to the 9 p.m. hour, we're going to see those temperatures get pretty chilly out there. And heads up for the late night owls that are going to be staying up. We're going to see those temperatures drop into the 50s tonight. And if you're living up near Gainesville, you're dropping into the 40s. So very chilly.
Very chilly. I mean, it's not even that warm out there right now, and it's the middle of the day and the sun's out.
Yeah, crazy enough, our high today, as of right now, which is 2:18 p.m., it's only about 70 degrees, and that's one of the coldest Halloweens that we've had in decades.
Wow. We left well, we didn't leave them open. We opened our windows last night to cool off the house a little bit. Pretty chilly.
I slept with the windows open last night, and it was chilly, but it was refreshing.
Yes, very much so.
Very refreshing. And again, yeah, this is the coldest Halloween that we've had in decades.
And then I ran this morning, and I had to have long sleeves on.
Wow.
I couldn't even tell you the last time I did that.
That's something. That's how you know it's cold there, folks.
Right. So this is an unusual Halloween for us. Give us some of the numbers, because I think it's interesting to look at. We know it's very different from what we saw last year.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Last year, we had a high of 85 degrees. Normally, we linger right around 82 degrees. And then our warmest Halloween that we've had on record was back in 2019, so only a couple years ago. But back in 1993, it was 66 degrees, which is the coldest Halloween that we've had on record. We got close this year, but not quite enough in order to set that new record. But for the rest of the weekend, things are going to stay on the cooler side, slowly starting to rebound a little bit as we take a look at Sunday. So you may be able to break out the t-shirt, maybe a pair of jeans on Sunday, but we will still, once again, maybe seeing a couple of scattered showers as we see a warm front roll in. So not a cold front, a warm front this time. A couple of scattered showers on tap for your Sunday afternoon. Also, heads up this weekend, Garrett, just to kind of add insult to injury.
Right.
Oh, it is time to turn the clocks back an hour, too.
Hard to believe.
Oof.
Turning back the clocks, falling back 1 hour, you get that extra hour of sleep, but I feel like it's not really worth it. The long term, the long-term effect is not really worth that extra hour of sleep one night.
As soon as that sun goes down, I feel like here in Florida, easily I can go to bed. Fall asleep instantly.
Yeah.
So.
They've been talking in Washington, D.C. about the time change, locking the clocks to daylight saving time. We'll see what comes of that discussion, but not going to happen in time for this year with the government shutdown. So we've got to get ready to switch those clocks up, and that's going to make a difference when it comes to those sunrise and sunset times.
Yeah, I know Honey is not going to be a fan whatsoever. She likes to eat, or my dog Honey, she likes to eat probably at around like 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, she's going to be a menace until her clock kind of switches over too.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second, because my dogs are the same way. One of them is the same way, where he has a very particular time that he wants to eat, and he's very vocal. Like on days that we're trying to sleep in a little bit past his breakfast time, he is very vocal about, hey, it's my breakfast time, you've got to get up.
Yep.
So Is Honey that way?
Honey is the exact same way, and she doesn't really bark that often, but she will whine 100%, and especially when it comes into like mealtime, you don't mess with her food.
So it's going to be an adjustment for not just the humans, but for the pets as well, getting used to these kind of new times.
But for the pets as well. And it's going to, just for a little bit of comparison, Saturday we're going to see that sunrise at about 7:30 a.m., sunset at about 6:40 p.m. Sunday, though, that's when everything changes. We're going to be seeing that sunrise at about 6:39 in the morning, sunset at 5:30. So definitely even a little bit too early for me. Taking a look overall for Florida, we are going to be seeing a high pressure take hold through the rest of the day today and through your Saturday. Beautiful time to get outside if you do have any outdoor plans. It still will be a little on the chilly side, but then that warm front does roll in on Sunday, and that's what's going to be bringing in some scattered showers all across Florida as we take a look at your Sunday afternoon into your Sunday evening. But also another quick check on Melissa. Melissa being the big story weather-wise over the past couple of days, and now it is post-tropical cyclone Melissa. It has lost its tropical characteristics, and now it's just going to be a lot of rain and a lot of moisture making its way back across the Atlantic towards Europe. But even still, this is what's going to create some very rough beach conditions for us here in Florida. They're already roughened up the beaches quite a bit, even though the storm is over 500 miles away, Garrett. And it's just going to continue because we're expecting another episode of king tides coming up on the east coast of Florida, taking a look at the first week of November.
Gosh, yeah, some of those impact after impact, over the past month without even direct effects from these storms. So we're glad it's not direct impacts from the storm, but still seeing those impacts nonetheless.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at weather-wise. But I mean, hey, we have a beautiful rest of the day today, even though it's chilly. I mean, listen, we both grew up in cooler areas, so I'm actually okay putting on a layer now that it's not over a costume.
As long as it doesn't get colder than this, yeah, I am totally fine with that. I was out at the softball field last night. My wife, who's the head softball coach at Lake Mary High School, they hold a Halloween charity softball game, and all the girls dress up in costumes and that kind of thing. So it was a lot of fun. My wife and one of her assistant coaches went as 6'7", so one of them had.
Stop it.
Yeah. So. It was a hit.
I still don't know what it means, but
I don't think anyone does. We could have a whole nother segment on that. I just want to know with the warm front coming in on Monday, are you going to be wearing red dress with a red visor for warm front?
See, Halloween's already over after today, so I got to put the costumes away for the year, but that means I'm out, so.
Fair enough. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, give you this live look at Daytona Beach, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. The 2026 Florida governor's race is about to heat up. That's with reports that the Orange County Mayor, Jerry Demings, a Democrat, is planning an announcement rally next week, likely to throw his name in the ring, as we have previously talked about, in the 2026 governor's race. So what's the impact of that, and what does that look like? We want to bring in one of our political analysts, and that is Dr. Larry Walker, a political analyst and a UCF associate professor. Dr. Walker, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Thanks for having me.
So, Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings expected to make this announcement next week, November 6th, when that rally is planned for. I want to get your thoughts on this and what his entrance into the 2026 governor's race could look like.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We know the mayor has spent decades in public service, and so there's been a lot of scuttlebutt for quite a while that he would consider running for governor. And I say now we expect to hear something officially in a couple of days. But I do think that for Democrats, I think he's certainly an ideal candidate. We know that former Republican, now turned Democrat, Congressman Jolly is already indicated he's planning on seeing the Democratic nomination, but Mayor Demings has been around for a long time and has a lot of relationships throughout the state. So I think, he should be a good candidate for Democrats.
Yeah, we have heard some misgivings about David Jolly with his Republican past, now a Democrat, and so could be interesting to see, another Democrat enter this race. So what does a Jerry Demings campaign look like in a potential and likely Democratic primary?
I certainly think he's going to lean on, his background in law enforcement, but in addition to that, his also, experience as a leader of one of the largest counties in the state of Florida. And, through COVID, and various other, we could talk about his challenges he's dealt with, and we always have a number of hurricanes, other natural disasters, and various other scenarios in which he can highlight his leadership and say, I'm the one best prepared to lead state of Florida and, for the next several years.
We also saw that UNF poll earlier this week that essentially showed Republicans have a pretty substantial edge over Democrats, regardless of who the candidate is. It looked at Byron Donalds on the Republican side and Casey DeSantis on the Republican side, who we should note has not thrown her name in the ring. But on the Democrat side, it looked at David Jolly and Jerry Demings. So still an uphill battle, regardless of who comes out of that Democratic primary.
Yeah, we have to be honest. Years ago, Florida is considered to be like a purplish state, and now it is a ruby red state. And I don't think anyone will deny that. We know that if current President Trump has won all 3 times he's run for president, he has also, we should note, that said Donalds is his guy for governor. And you're right, the First Lady has not officially announced. And if she does, it will certainly add, another layer to this conversation about who will be obviously the Republican nominee. But Democrats are, in terms of registration numbers, I think it's well over 1 million, if I'm not mistaken. So it will be an uphill battle. And certainly, and I saw also add that, what if we did get a Donalds and Demings, race? It would be also notable historically to have, 2 African-American nominees on both sides to run for governor. So I think that also will add some intrigue if that happened.
Given the uphill nature of this for whoever the Democratic candidate is, if you're Jerry Demings, why enter this race?
Yeah, well, I think that, we'll be seeing in terms of some of the interviews he's done recently, and he I believe had a book that came out also, is that, he served, the state and certainly Central Florida for a number of years. And I think he's ready to, take all that leadership experience. And for him, I know he's hoping to take it to the governor's mansion. So, but like I said, he has decades of experience, and whoever, if he gets the nomination on the Democratic side, whoever runs against him on the Republican side, he's going to talk a lot about that, about leadership through very difficult times. And he's going to highlight several examples. So I think that anytime, people who've been involved in public service And, once again, you want to take that experience and, this is one of those times where you feel like you can really serve not only, like I said, in the area, but also the state.
Dr. Larry Walker, political analyst and UCF associate professor. We always appreciate your perspective, and thanks for joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Thanks for having me.
I want to give you a live look right now at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. It is day 31 of the government shutdown. And this has been a big talk for almost a month now. We're seeing some breaking news reporting from multiple sources. A federal judge ordering the Trump administration to continue paying for food stamps during the federal shutdown. We're talking about SNAP. That has been a big discussion because the deadline for funding for that to run out essentially tonight into tomorrow, where 40 million families across the country could have significantly more trouble putting food on the table. So we will continue to track that breaking news as a federal judge ordering the Trump administration to pay out those benefits, quote, as soon as possible. That according to multiple reports. But it has been nearly a month now since this government shutdown got underway, and both sides really have seemed to kind of dig in their heels at this point. So how do we get out of this? How is the government reopened? How does this shutdown end? I want to bring in Dr. Aubrey Jewett, who is a political analyst and a UCF associate professor as well. And Dr. Jewett, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon.
Yeah, great to be here, Garrett. Thanks for having me on.
So 31 days, this is the second longest government shutdown in history. And I think the thing is, we say it's second longest, and that's true, but it seems there's not really a whole lot of progress in ending it at this point. And so from a political perspective here, how do these opposing sides, Republicans and Democrats, come together and end this and reopen the government?
Well, it's going to take a dirty word called compromise. I'm just kidding a little bit, but yeah, really, it's going to take some compromise on both sides. Or I might add, the other way it could be solved is if the American public really strongly came down in public opinion polls saying one side was responsible or one side was going to suffer more than the other because of this. But that just hasn't happened. The public's been somewhat split. I've seen some polls that suggested maybe Republicans were a little more at fault, but the numbers aren't so great that Republicans feel that they're going to be punished for this. And Democrats don't feel that way either. Both sides have dug in. President Trump, it's kind of ironic, he's considered to be, and he considers himself to be sort of the ultimate deal maker, but he doesn't see so far any political reason to get involved and try to foster a compromise. So but that's what it's going to take. I mean, Democrats would like a guarantee from Republicans in the Senate that they will increase funding subsidies for health care, or not increase them, but basically keep them where they've been, before they get cut, because there's millions of people, including maybe 1 million or more Floridians, who have a very difficult time paying for health insurance unless they get those subsidies. And on the other side, Republicans have repeatedly said, well, we're willing to talk about this, but first you have to reopen the government before we'll even talk about it. And so that's where they're just sort of butting heads like two rams on the side of a mountain.
More than a dozen failed votes in the Senate for the so-called clean continuing resolution, the Republican funding bill that the House passed, and the Senate has not been able to pass it. We know Republicans have the majority in the Senate. But again, this is something still that takes some compromise because it requires 60 votes to in a procedural step to kind of get to the point where you could vote for this. Talk to us a little bit about that, because there's been a lot of talk about the filibuster and the 60 vote kind of threshold there, and President Trump trying to egg on Senate Republicans in a post on Truth Social last night saying, use the nuclear option, get rid of that so that it only requires a simple majority vote.
Yes, well, the filibuster has existed in the Senate for many, many decades. It is not in the U.S. Constitution, so it's not something that has to be there. but it is a rule that the Senate has adopted and has continued to adopt, again, for many, many decades. And what it does is it requires 60 votes in order to take action on a lot of legislation. There's a few things that don't require 60 votes, but a lot of things do. And so a simple majority, right? Republicans currently have 53 in the Senate, but that's not enough to pass this bill to keep the government open and to allow spending to continue. And they've been able to talk a handful of Democrats to their side, but they haven't been able to get 7. And without that, we're at this stalemate. And, I did see President Trump call and suggest that they should end the filibuster. And I will say, typically what you see is over the years is the majority party whichever party has more members at any particular time, they often will start talking about ending the filibuster when they get frustrated, when the minority stops them from taking action. But usually the leadership and others will say, yeah, but one day we're going to be in the minority again. And then we're going to really like having that filibuster because it does stop, I will say it stops the most ideological extreme legislation from going through. It also sometimes stops some things like just funding the government, but it more often is used to stop, say, the Republican conservatives or the liberal Democrats from pushing something that is maybe a little bit further out there. And I thought it was interesting that most of the Senate leadership, including Majority Leader John Thune, basically said, no, and it seems like they rarely turn President Trump down on almost anything when President Trump says he wants something. But here is something that the senators have said, yeah, we're not, at this point yet, we're not going to get rid of the filibuster because someday we may be in the minority again and we'll want it. And he pointed out, one last thing. He pointed out also, Thune did, that in his view, in many instances, the filibuster has been helpful for more conservative causes because it has stopped a number of more liberal policies from getting passed.
Well, you talk about them saying one day we'll be in the minority and we want this. That's why they call it the nuclear option, to get rid of it. That whole concept of kind of mutually assured destruction. And the thing that's holding that in place is the parties realizing that one day they are going to need that.
Right. And they have chipped away at the filibuster. For instance, they have not, they no longer use the filibuster for high-ranking appointments and some judicial appointments like for U.S. Supreme Court, et cetera, and other federal court seats. But the bulk of it is still there, right, for sort of basic legislation. But they have chipped away. And who knows, maybe someday it will be completely eliminated. Rather ironically, because sometimes I talk about this in class with my students and they were like, well, how could you change it, right? If you need 60 votes to get almost anything done, then how could you change it? But interestingly, the rules of the Senate can be set by a simple majority. So you really just need 51 votes to actually change the rules. So the Republicans do have enough, because they have 53 members, that they could do that. But again, so far, it looks like most members do not want to. And typically, again, the leadership, and the longer you serve as a senator, I think many of them begin to appreciate that filibuster a lot. And then they realize that they don't want to get rid of it.
Yeah, the Senate's certainly an institution of a precedent and, the kind of the institutional norms there in a lot of ways. So it's interesting discussion. It's going to be interesting to watch and see what happens from here. Dr. Aubrey Jewett, UCF Associate Professor, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Great to be here. Have a good weekend.
All right, you do the same. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live, and I want to get you live to this virtual news conference going on right now. This is the groups Sabotaging Our Safety and Defend America Action, holding a virtual news conference with some state leaders talking about their concerns here in Florida about the ongoing government shutdown, specifically impacts on disaster preparedness and also the impacts of proposed healthcare cuts, and the expiration is the word I was looking for, of the ACA subsidies on rural Florida hospitals and others in the rural parts of the state. This is Raphael Lemaitre. He is a council member with the Sabotaging Our Safety Advisory Council and also a former FEMA Public Affairs Director. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
To deploy if and when there's a major disaster, they have been hit hard. First, by the DOGE cuts. Second, by a round of layoffs. Now the shutdown, and now even more threats of layoffs. The point I'm trying to make here is that morale among the federal workforce is an important component of their ability to respond well during a major disaster. As the Colonel mentioned, a lot of these folks are public servants who are ready to deploy and serve their country, but when they get hit hard personally, it takes a toll, and not knowing when your next paycheck may come is a big part of that. Couple of things that I'm also concerned about with the shutdown. There's something called the Disaster Relief Fund. This is a vital piece of funding and resources for states, including Florida, that they can draw on if and when a disaster strikes. This is a unique fund because it doesn't require a congressional Congress to approve these funds being deployed. FEMA can draw on these funds to support disaster response. Right now, that fund is at $2 billion, which is basically one disaster away from going broke. Ordinarily, it's funded on average at around $22 billion. So Congress really does need to get back to work to make sure that that is adequately funded so that states and localities across the nation, including Florida, can understand that they have something to rely on if and when something happens. The third point I want to make is that FEMA does more than just respond to disasters. They provide year-round support to states and rural communities. They are the agency that supports flood mapping so that folks who are on the ground understand what their flood risk is and become insured so that they don't have to, rely on federal support later on, which actually ends up costing taxpayers more money. They fund and run two vital first responder training locations, one called the Center for Domestic Preparedness in Alabama and another one called the National Fire Academy in Maryland. Hundreds, if not thousands, of first responders from across Florida have attended these training centers for free. FEMA pays for food, housing, training, all of those things. Those training centers were shut down initially during the beginning of the Trump administration, and 7,000 first responders were denied training at that time. I suspect right now that those centers are continue to be closed because of the shutdown. The third area here is preparedness as well. Florida, unfortunately, has a lot of experiences with natural disasters. They get a lot of support from the federal government on how to educate residents about how to prepare for disasters. It's not to say that the state of Florida on its own doesn't do its own work, but the federal government has a crucial role in providing research and resources on the best way that people can prepare for a wide array of disasters. Finally, I just want to close. Actually, before I close, let me talk a little bit about the rural healthcare piece here. When we work at FEMA, we have a saying that this is a holistic response, that everyone checks their egos and logos at the door of an emergency operations center. And while many of you have heard of the usual suspects when it comes to disaster response, people like the National Guard or the Red Cross, or state and local emergency management folks that you may see on TV, there is a very large cadre of other folks who make up the puzzle of disaster response. And a big part of that are rural healthcare centers, community hospitals. These are the folks that we end up relying on at FEMA to be a big part of the puzzle of responding to natural disasters. And when those get gutted, you're taking a vital Jenga piece away from the Jenga tower of an effective disaster response. Let me close by just saying, explaining something that I think has been a bit of disinformation coming from Washington about the role of FEMA. The administration has essentially made this a zero-sum game where either the federal government or states take the lead in disaster response. The truth is that states have always, especially after the reforms from Katrina, have been the ones who lead disaster response with federal support. And over that period of time, since Katrina, since legislation was put into place to improve the way FEMA works, it has essentially become an organization built to support states with what they need. So I want to disabuse anybody of the notion that either the federal governments run disaster response or the states run disaster response. The truth is it's both, and they need to do it hand in hand. But what's happening now with FEMA being gutted is that you're removing the ability of the federal government to provide that vital support to states when it's needed most. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raphael. Now I'm going to pass it to Dr. Deborah Oury. She is the former chief.
That virtual news conference continuing, you heard from Raphael Lemaitre, who is one of the members of the Sabotaging Our Safety Advisory Council, talking about his concern on a number of levels. Again, he is a former public affairs director with FEMA as well, so knowing some about the work of that organization. Again, day 31 of the government shutdown. We are going to take a quick break here on on Florida live on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. Give you this live look at Port Canaveral in Brevard County, and we will be right back. Live look right now at the Port of St. Petersburg over on the bay side of things. A beautiful view there this afternoon. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Just down the road from the Port of St. Pete, Tropicana Field, the roof repairs are underway, trying to get the home of the Tampa Bay Rays open and ready in time for opening day 2026. Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy had the chance to speak with one of the heads of the companies doing the roof repair there, and talked with him about the progress and where things stand with the Trop.
It is an international process. We are an international company. Our headquarters are in France, and our fabrication facility for this project is in Germany. And so it's an international team working to supply the membrane on time, because this is a very important project that needed to be replaced or reskinned very quickly. We all understand that there was a need to have this facility to keep moving forward with the team. So we had to satisfy everybody involved, including the city, the client, the team, and actually we had the visit of the general contractor in our German facilities to supervise that we had the product on time and it was ready to leave. So it's I can confirm that the membrane left already time ago our facilities, so everything should be on time, everything is on track.
And just so people are following correctly, when you say the final membrane, which piece are you talking about? Is it the fabric itself? Is it?
It is a good question, because this is a process where we weave with the fiberglass yarns the membrane, then we had to coat the membrane to protect it with PTFE, and then we make these jumbo rolls, so large and heavy rolls that we ship to the fabrication. And the fabrication facility, they cut and they weld according to the engineering, according to the patterns that were supplied. And once they have the final membrane divided in different sections, of course, it is shipped to Tampa. And once arrived to Tampa, you start to see the installation process. Every piece will be installed in place. And it is very important to understand, especially if you go by the site when the membrane is going to be installed, you see that the membrane is a beige color. And as soon as the time goes and the installation process goes, you start to see that the membrane will become white. And that will be the final color. You have a beautiful white membrane on top, but you have to be patient, because little by little, the right color will arrive. It's not immediate, just for you to know that there will be a color change in case you see it on the very early stages of installation.
And that's due to the UVs, how strong they are, right?
Exactly, because you see the membrane in white color, but it doesn't mean that has white pigment. That is the natural color of the membrane. And that is the reason why you will have light inside the venue, so people will be very comfortable, because you have shade and light at the same time. And that is the case. The membrane will react when it will be exposed to the UV light. So UV will affect the membrane to achieve the right color. That again, it doesn't mean that we're adding white pigments. It means that the membrane is becoming transparent. Of course, it's not totally transparent, because otherwise you will have too much light and too much sun into the building. So that final color will give you the right balance between transparency and shading.
That's really interesting. And then as far as the process of, you described kind of sewing together that whole thing. Can you explain that, for the average person who, is just passing by it, or just a fan of the Tampa Bay Rays, the process of how long that takes, what it's actually made of? And I know a lot of people are like, well, is this going to be stronger? Is it going to be able to withstand another storm?
Well, that's a very good question. You need to understand that this the original membrane was more than 20 years ago, and basically this is a reskin. So we're not talking about a new development of a new membrane, totally new design. It is basically a similar design, because we had to adapt to what it was built already. But we are talking about new membrane 20 years later. So our technology...
A big project involving companies from all around the world trying to fix the Trop and get it ready for opening day 2026. Well, we are out of time here on Florida Live. Appreciate you joining us here for this 2 o'clock hour. And if you've been with us all day on Fox Local, we appreciate that. Hope you have a happy Halloween. Hope your costume is a little bit better than mine here. You might want to bundle up, though, for trick or treat tonight if you're heading out for that. Here's a live look at downtown Orlando. Have a great weekend.
Happy Halloween! We've made it to October 31st.
Wow, this month I feel like went by so quick.
I cannot agree more, Laurel. I don't know how it's Halloween, but somehow it is.
Yeah, October definitely flew by. But we're going to have some fun today. You're dressed up.
You're dressed up.
Ah! It's so exciting. I am so excited for Halloween.
I know. It's crazy. Now that we're both homeowners, I feel like we were talking about this, like trick-or-treaters coming to the house, and I know.
And so actually, not to start this off with just a photo, because of course I did not think to put this in our system today, just in case I wasn't able to make it back home. My bucket of candy is already out at my front door because I was so afraid that I was going to miss some trick-or-treaters.
Yeah,
that this is my first Halloween having a home. It's like, oh, I want to be there. So
I know.
Just in case I do miss a couple of you, I'm so sorry.
I love that. No, I feel like it's so perfect that you did that, and it's great. Hopefully, I'm curious to see how much candy you'll have if you go home or it's all gone.
Yeah. I do have a lot of kids in my neighborhood. So
really?
I'm excited to see what they think of the candy. Hopefully I chose good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sure. I feel like kids, they'll take any candy.
Oh, yeah.
In my head, anyway.
I feel like they're not picky whatsoever. But, okay, what are you dressed up as?
So, it's funny because
I have a little bit of a backstory to this one.
Yeah. I've worn this on the air before in previous places that I've worked, but it's been years, Laurel. I don't think I've been dressed up on the air since probably 2018. So, it's been almost a decade. But I think the last time I wore this on the air was probably 2017.
Oh, wow.
16, 18. It's sometime in that 3-year period. And yeah, one of our bosses said, hey, you should wear that. So here I am as Prince Charming.
Very nice, very nice. Happy to have you here.
Yes. And now, what are you dressed up as?
Okay, so I am a cold front.
I love that.
As you can see, actually, kind of right behind us. Hold on, where am
Literally,
I?
right?
Yeah, there we go. And this is the reason why our temperatures this Halloween are so chilly.
It's kind of perfect that you kind of tied it in literally with how crisp it is across Central Florida.
Well, that's also the thing. So a little bit of behind the scenes of news. Usually we really don't know if we're going out in the field or if we're staying in studio. So I needed kind of a easy costume that I could be, okay, if we're doing something fun like this, we could throw it on if I actually need to be professional and be on air. Or if I just needed to totally switch, I actually have a Galinda costume in the car.
Do you really?
I did.
I love that.
I did, just in case.
Just in case. That's perfect.
But it is Halloween. We have our question of the day today, and we also have a couple of viewer submissions from our little photo challenge that we've been doing. But if you are taking pictures tonight, you're dressing up your kids, your pets, your group of friends, yourself, send us your photos. We'll pop up that email in just 1 second.
We would love that.
But it is time for you to get in on the conversation. We're already seeing a couple people writing in on our YouTube and Facebook. Stefan's coming in saying Happy Halloween. Elizabeth Post also saying Happy Halloween.
Happy
on
Halloween.
Facebook. So definitely write in and get in on this conversation because I am very curious on what people's opinions are on this. And TJ, I'm also very excited to hear your opinion on this. Kind of polarizing, I have to say. So, what is the best and worst Halloween candy? Because I know for seasonals, there are definitely some some heavy hitters there that easily take the #1 spot. And then there are ones that maybe not so much. What do you think?
I feel like the most polarizing question involving Halloween candy has to do with candy corn. I feel like people either hate it and they'll never have it, or they love it and they could eat bags and bags of it, Laurel.
Can I be kind of the devil's advocate on this one?
Yes.
So I am not a fan of candy corn, but I like the pumpkin ones.
You like the pumpkin one. Now, see, it's funny because I'm the opposite. I like the pumpkin, the pumpkin ones, for me, they seem like too much because they're bigger. I feel like the candy corn, like they're just enough. Because I feel like I can have, like, Amy has some at her desk.
Yes.
And she gave me, like,
the candy corn queen.
Like maybe six pieces. And I'm like, you know what? I'm good now. I usually I'll buy a bag.
Yeah.
I haven't bought a bag yet this year, and I had the little bit she gave to me today. I'm like, you know what? I'm satisfied now.
Yeah.
And I'm good. I'm fine.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's just a texture thing to me. I'm not the biggest fan.
Is it a texture thing?
Yeah, but I feel like the only reasonable time to eat candy corn is quite literally on Halloween.
Yes.
So.
I get that 1,000%.
Yay, we agree on that. Look at that. Having conversations here and ending up in agreement here on Fox 35 Weather Plus.
Yes.
We also have Eli writing in on Facebook saying Happy Halloween.
Hi, Eli.
So write in the comments, what do you think the best Halloween candy is and what is the worst? Because I did buy, actually kind of going back to our conversation that we had to start off this stream, I bought a big bag of candy, which $30 by the way. Jeez, Halloween candy.
So expensive. So expensive.
And so I did see one candy in there that I was not a fan of, and I don't think I will ever be a fan of. So we'll reveal that a little bit later.
Oh, okay. I was like, what is it? Now I'm so curious.
Leaving you in suspense a little bit, but I do want to talk a little bit of weather, and we'll show off some photos that we have that we've submitted here in a little bit, coming up a little bit later on. But let's actually start off with what the Halloween forecast is going to be. Because it is going to be, no pun intended, a little spine chilling.
Yes, right?
A little shiver down your spine,
yes,
as the song goes. So here's what we're looking at. For those of you who are going trick-or-treating tonight, this is what you have to look forward to. We're going to be seeing those temperatures dropping into the mid-60s.
And some of our outlying northwestern neighborhoods probably in the upper 50s.
And yeah, that was a little bit, honestly, I have to say, I opened the windows last night to sleep.
We did too.
You did?
We did turn the air off, and it felt great. Yeah. How cold did it get in your apartment? Do you remember what it was this morning?
Probably 50. I think it was like 58 is what it was.
It dropped that chilly?
Yeah, it was a little.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Yeah, we didn't have. We had. The windows were closed during the evening. They were open earlier in the day, and then I opened up our bedroom window. It was like 71, I think, this morning when we woke up.
See, that's comfy.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
It was so cool enough, but I remember pulling the covers up over, and I was like, ooh, it's going to be a little chilly.
I was going to say, honey and I were all snuggled up. And
I love that.
It was great, but today we've only reached a high of 68 degrees.
Is that where we're at right now, 68?
That is where we are at. So,
wow.
Kind of just looking over just some data, unusually chilly Halloween here in Orlando. Average high 82 degrees. Last year we hit a high of 85. And our warmest Halloween on record was actually back in 2019. And it looks like my clicker is lagging just a little bit. There we go. Hottest back in 2019 of 91 degrees. Coldest 66 degrees back in 1993.
That's crazy. That was the year I was born. 66.
I was
here in Orlando.
Not even alive yet. So I was actually not even a thought.
Yeah, it's crazy. So we'll definitely rank in the top 5 coolest this year.
Actually, I don't know if I have that graph again, but let me pull it in real quick. You said it was in daily, right?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that because this is interesting, I have to say. So this does not include this year yet.
No, it does not.
But because, of course, we haven't hit our actual high of the day yet. But top 5 coldest Halloweens on record, 1993 of 66. Probably we're going to be right around what 1954 was, which is around 68 degrees. And then we hit 70 degrees both in 65 and 58. And then 1910, 71 degrees. So yeah, we'll definitely probably crack the top 5 at least.
Which is kind of exciting. I don't know, it feels like for our standards in Florida, this is a chilly Halloween. It feels like this is Halloween weather that you'd want any place in the country.
Yes, for sure. And I see a couple people asking, because I think they missed it, what the Halloween forecast is going to be.
Okay.
I see Eli from Titusville. And Eli, I know you sent us a picture. I'm going to have another email send it in, because I think it accidentally got sent to a spam folder. So I'll put that email up in one moment. But here's what it's going to be looking like for Halloween over the next couple of hours. For trick-or-treating, it will be a little on the chilly side. So we are going to see those cooler temperatures start to sink in a little bit later on. But it'll be very refreshing. May just need to throw an extra layer on.
I can't wait. I'm going to love having something warm and cozy to sit in and hopefully get some candy handed out. Laurel, that's the goal.
Yes,
that's the goal.
I agree. So we're going to take a quick break on Fox Local real quick. We'll stick with you on YouTube and Facebook. But on YouTube and Facebook, let us know what the best Halloween candy is and what the worst Halloween candy is. I already see a really good answer from Mariah in the comments. We'll take a look at that in a little bit. But
yes,
that's a solid answer.
Yeah.
I agree. So we'll take a look at that. We'll reveal that in a little while. But as a kid, genuine question for you, TJ, what was your favorite? Day, very much went down and when I got older for Halloween.
I liked, and this was when I was older, I had this one still, a Ghostbuster.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, my proton pack's in rough shape. I could use some help on my proton pack. It's starting to fall apart, I think.
To wrap up this conversation, because Fox Local just came back. Welcome back, everybody. I was Kim Possible one year.
Oh, Laurel, that's a great one.
And I dyed my hair orange. I felt like the hair wax in. It took forever to get out, and my hair was like gelled, and it was still orange that Monday, that next weekend. So
that's awesome.
But so this weekend, it's a big weekend. Not only is it Halloween weekend, lots of events are happening, and we'll take a look at that in a little bit, because of course, for just Halloween tonight, Mickey's Not So Scary, Halloween Horror Nights is in its last couple of nights, Hallow Scream, Brick or Treat, Trick or Treat at Crane's Roost. The list just goes on and on and on for Halloween events this year. And it's going to be a great night for it.
It's going to be so nice. I hope that everyone comes prepared with, like I said, maybe a little bit of a little layer under their costume.
Yes.
Or have the light hoodie or jacket ready just in case.
Yes, for sure. And again, for those of you who missed it, this is your Halloween forecast through the rest of the overnight tonight. Once we kind of get into the evening, we're going to see those temperatures slowly start to cool down. And for this weekend, if you remembered, it is time change. So we are going to be seeing on Saturday, looking at a high of 75 degrees. Very pleasant, very typical, very similar to what we're seeing today. Tomorrow, we're going to get it a little bit warmer, but a warm front, my counterpart, is going to be moving through.
Yeah, it's going to be a seasonable day for this time of the year, which is great. But yeah, we are watching that storm system, and it's a pretty potent storm system too. So
yes.
Yeah, Laura and I will be watching that closely over the next couple days, but not looking like anything super crazy right now.
Yes.
Maybe a couple of stronger storms possible if they can develop, but yeah.
It's mainly just going to be some heavy downpours, which again, especially with the areas that did get pretty hard hit last weekend, we're going to be watching those closely. But if I don't remind you, I'm going to forget myself. This is the weekend that we turn back the clocks an hour. So good news, you get an extra hour of sleep.
I love this.
Yay.
Every morning show, I feel like, in the TV world, loves a fallback. Because we all get an extra hour. Everybody loves more sleep, but I feel like in the TV world, all the morning teams are like,
yay!
Yes, an extra hour.
Yes, for sure. So Sunday morning, 2 a.m., that's when the clocks go back and you get an extra hour of sleep. So by comparison, Saturday, sunrise is going to be at 7:37 in the morning, sunset 6:40 p.m., time change happens, and that is a whole lot earlier. Sunrise, 6:39 a.m., sunset, 5:38 p.m.
I'm not looking forward to the getting dark at 5:38, Laura.
No, me either. And we both have dogs.
Yes.
And oh my goodness, I'm already dreading. Honey is very particular about her food. It needs to happen at 5. It's basically 6 o'clock on the dot on AM and PM.
Really?
And
okay.
She shows no mercy. And she is such a little menace when it comes to food time. She is like, I'm getting fed now.
That's so funny. Gizmo, he is a very food-motivated doggo, but because of when I got him, I just was worried about getting back in time to feed him with my schedule and everything. So he's always been one where you could have his bowl filled, and it could be maybe a whole day where he barely touches it, then the next day he'll eat all of it.
Yep.
And yeah, so he always has it out, but some mornings he'll just go start chomping away. I hear him over there eating, then other mornings he'll just lay and he'll just kind of not want to eat much.
Yeah.
So
makes sense.
Yeah, it's always interesting. Just like us,
Yeah.
they have like someone like, I want to eat right now.
I'm eating now.
Right now.
Yeah, Honey gets
and Honey's like that.
angry. She gets to be a hangry girl. So yeah, just a reminder once again, daylight saving time is going to end Saturday night, and we go back to standard time on Sundays.
Crazy.
Yes. So forecast over the next couple days, high pressure. This is what's going to be warming us up as we take a look ahead to Saturday and even into Sunday. Sunday, though, is when we're going to be seeing that warm front slowly start to move in. We're going to be seeing a little bit of moisture try to sneak back into the region. So this is Sunday morning. Maybe a couple scattered showers starting to pop up. TJ, probably by the end of your shift, beginning of my shift on Sunday, we're going to start to see some of those storms roll in. It's heavy downpours. Fingers crossed, maybe not anything crazy, again, to allow those communities that got pretty hard hit last weekend to kind of get a little bit of a break. Thank goodness.
Yeah, for sure. That was an unbelievable event, and something that just kind of unfolded in the perfect way or imperfect way.
Right.
But I feel like with this, we don't usually often have such a strong system dipping this far south. It'll be interesting to see, because we don't have a lot of instability in the atmosphere, but we will have some of that wind energy. So
Yes.
that could make for some storms to spark up and maybe be a little stronger at first and kind of fall apart.
Yeah, some pretty gusty winds is what I was looking at a couple minutes ago.
So,
but also another big weather update from today to kind of put a cap on the story that I feel like we've been talking quite a bit about. Melissa officially went post-tropical at 11 a.m. So this storm no longer a threat. But this is going to leave a lot of moisture in the northern Atlantic, which means that we're probably going to be seeing a lot of rain in northern Maine, Nova Scotia, Canada. So that's just going to be continuing to hold 85-mile-per-hour winds. So basically what this means is that it lost all of its tropical characteristics. And this is just a big area of low pressure that's just going to continue to hang out in the northern Atlantic.
And certainly with this heading up toward the Canadian Maritimes, it's still going to bring blustery conditions. I mean, like I said, the wind's still sustained at our latest advisory at 11, still strong.
Oh, yeah.